Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Colleagues, before we begin today, I just want to say a few words. As Speaker of the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly, I wish to convey my condolences to the family of Darius Elias, the Vuntut Gwitchin people, and the Yukon Legislative Assembly. The celebration of life for Mr. Elias is being held this afternoon in Whitehorse. Mr. Elias served as MLA for the Vuntut Gwitchin riding in the Yukon for 10 years. He also served as Deputy Chief of the Vuntut Gwitchin. His riding included the community of Old Crow, a part of the Yukon with deep connections to the Gwitchin people and communities of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Elias was well known and respected on both sides of the Yukon and Northwest Territories border. Known as much for his humor as for his intellect. He was a strong advocate for the Gwitchin people and the protection of the porcupine caribou herd. His presence, laughter, and leadership will be missed. Not to mention his love for hockey, and many of the members here know Mr. Elias and become good friends with him. He'll be deeply missed, and our thoughts and prayers are with the family and the community at this time. Merci. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, professional engineers and geoscientists play an essential role in the growth and development of the Northwest Territories. They help address our society's needs and solve our problems. Their work is evident all around us in our buildings, highways, and airports, our safe drinking water, in our power and communications, and in our mapping and resource development in the North, just to name a few. These professions play an important role in achieving our priorities under the mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories 2019-2023, such as making strategic infrastructure investments that connect communities and investing in alternative and renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, professional engineering is at the core of the Department of Infrastructure. Engineering and Geoscience Week is an opportunity to express appreciation to the professional engineers and geoscientists who work hard every day, often in challenging environments, to protect public interests and safety, and to improve our quality of life. The Northwest Territories and the Nunavut Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists, or NAPEG, will be celebrating their annual Engineering and Geoscience Week from February 27th to March 6, 2021. Normally, youth engagement, networking, and professional development activities would be taking place in person, but this year, the venue has shifted to a virtual space. The focus is to improve public awareness of the important role that these professionals have in the North. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Infrastructure recently took over the responsibility for administering the Engineering and Geoscience Profession Act from the Department of Justice. This will allow for legislation to be administered by a department that has knowledge and experience with the work of professionals to whom the legislation applies. We look forward to working with NAPEG and other stakeholders to review the Act and to see what changes may be required so that responsive and reflective of the current needs of the public, the professionals, and the industry. Mr. Speaker, later this sitting, I will be tabling the Good Building Practice for Northern Facilities 2020 Manual. The 2020 Good Building Practice Manual is an extensive update to the 2009 edition and incorporates 10 years of research and development into new codes and standards, which many of the Northwest Territories registered engineers and technicians contribute to. It adds new sections for environmental regulations, climate change, and civil, environmental, geotechnical, and hazardous building material assessments considerations. It contains updated recommendations for a more sustainable development, improvements in energy conservation, accessibility, as well as climate change adaptation and mitigation for northern buildings. Managing the full life cycle of infrastructure in the north requires a deep awareness and understanding of the unique challenges and risks arising from harsh climate conditions. The new edition of the manual illustrates the complexities that may be encountered when planning, designing, construction, and maintaining infrastructure in remote cold regions. This manual supplements the objectives of the national codes and standards and present a complication of best practices and requirements developed by many decades of experience designing buildings in cold regions. It also incorporates new technologies and methods for northern infrastructure and is expected to benefit a broad range of stakeholders beyond the government of the Northwest Territories, such as owners, developers, planners, designers, builders, as well as suppliers, building maintainers, and operators. In preparing the updated Good Building Practice Manual, the GNWT has drawn upon the experience of numerous individuals from within the Department of Infrastructure, other GNWT departments, private sector agencies. Many of them contributed technical writing and comments to this guidebook. We hope this kind of work of shared learning experience and cooperation effort can continue during the production of future editions. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to recognize the Northwest Territories past, present engineering, geoscience professionals. Their courtesy and creativity have led to the countless contributions that we enjoy today and will undoubtedly play an important role in solving the challenges to come. Kuya naini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for municipal and community affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the safety of our residents is a priority for the Government of the Northwest Territories through the Office of the Fire Marshal. And the Emergency Management Organization, the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs supports communities to building local capacity to respond to emergencies. Fires can place a heavy burden on families, communities, and governments. Providing fire services in the north is challenging for all community governments given our remote locations, limited access to resources, and harsh environments. Mr. Speaker, in order to deliver fire services, the Northwest Territories relies heavily on volunteer firefighters. The delivery of fire prevention and fire protection services in our communities would not be possible without the many career and volunteer firefighters across the Northwest Territories and their significant contribution. This is a tough job. Thankfully, we have many individuals who take on this duty. There is a tremendous commitment required to be a volunteer firefighter. These individuals sacrifice time away from their families and friends, must attend training to keep their skills fresh in order to safely respond to calls, have a role educating residents to how they can protect themselves from fires. They respond to investigations that cause fires, and they have a role in inspecting our buildings to ensure people can get out safely. Mr. Speaker, given this very important role that firefighters have, it is essential that we recognize and acknowledge the efforts of those who provide these services, which contributes to our safety and security. The first is a long service recognition program, which awards recipients of the Northwest Territories for fire services with medals and pins for years of service. And the second is the Northwest Territories Fire Service Merit Award. This award is presented to individual firefighters and community firefighter departments that have made significant contributions to the Northwest Territories fire services and community fire protection. Mr. Speaker, today I want to highlight the service of one of the Northwest Territories Most Outstanding Volunteer and to celebrate the recipient of the 2020 NWT Fire Service Merit Award. To Mr. David Bernhardt. The community of Inuvik nominated Mr. Bernhardt for his contributions to the NWT Fire Services and an incredible 40 years of dedicated service to the Inuvik residents. Originally from Cape Dyer, Nunavut, Mr. Bernhardt moved to Inuvik, and with his family in the early 1960s, he joined the Inuvik Fire Department in 1980 and has served as a firefighter, lieutenant, captain, deputy fire chief in 2019. His colleagues best known him with the Canadian Municipal Long Service Award, which recognizes achievements. Long service volunteer firefighters in our community across Canada. Today, Mr. Bernhardt remains an active member of the fire department, sharing his history and his knowledge as a mentor to junior firefighters. Although no longer is a frontline firefighter, he currently ensures exterior firefighting operations run efficiently. And more importantly, maintenance and a calm and steady presence with the watchful eye that provides for the safety of everyone on the fire scene. Mr. Bernhardt does not know when he will retire from volunteer firefighting, but he considers his fellow firefighters as family and loves to contribute in a way that he can. Firefighter Bernhardt is a unique and admirable individual, and so I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate him on receiving the 2020 Fire Service Merit Award. I also want to thank all firefighters across the Northwest Territories for their dedication and their commitment in making us safer. Masi, Mr. Speaker.
Minister statements, member statements, member for Mumfoi.
Mr. Speaker,
today, while I stand here, I want to talk on behalf of the elder. A lot of the elderly ladies have spoke to me of how the road comes, and also whenever we have all-season road, a lot of the elderly ladies are very concerned. How come they don't have a safety on behalf of the elders? So, Mr. Speaker, before I will speak in English.
To speak about the issue that's reasons you will soon understand rarely makes it to these hollowed walls. Some might be tempted to laugh at, but it's a deadly serious, as you will see. It's about toilets, Mr. Speaker, public toilets. I'm referring to the provisional laboratory on the most traveled section road in the Northwest Territories, Highway number 3. The problem is there are no restroom or toilets. I'm talking about the 100-kilometer stretch of Highway number 3 between Bishako and Yellowknife. And when the winter road opens up to the outlying communities, that's even further. There's not a single gas station or a restroom on the whole entire road, Mr. Speaker. I talked earlier about the very unfortunate death on Highway 3 of my constituent, the late Kelly Walshy. Mr. Speaker, when Kelly got out of the car on the roadside last New Year's Eve, I'm sorry to say that was to relieve himself. That's when he was tragically hit. This is the most tragic consequence of there not being public washrooms or restrooms on this highway. But in fact, not a day passes when the absence of public restroom is not laminated in the most urgent way. Because, Mr. Speaker, for some, especially the most vulnerable elderly women, and especially children, sometimes an hour and a half, 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, or even from Wapiti, it's even further, almost 5-7 hours, way too long to wait. And what does your mother, your wife, your sister, and your little daughter do then, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for appropriate minister at appropriate time. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Mumfoi. Member statements, member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to focus on some positive news that relates to an important sector of the economy, which can greatly impact our residents' access to fresh and reasonably priced products in the Northwest Territories. That sector is agriculture. Mr. Speaker, this government developed an agricultural strategy in 2017 with overall goals of building a relevant and viable agricultural industry, providing support for the safe, sustainable development of food production systems, support to advance and contribute to the sustainability of NWT communities, encourage and support the transfer of food production skills, and to increase availability of local food for northern residents. Mr. Speaker, recently the federal and territorial governments provided 3, and I'm proud to say, Hay River businesses with grants to assist in the expansion and growing of their businesses in the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, Riverside growers received $118,642. Greenwood Gardens received $111,174, and Choice North Foods received $180,000. It is support such as this which will encourage others to view the agricultural sector not only as a hobby, but just as importantly as a business that provides jobs and promotes healthy, homegrown agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, I know that those who are taking on the challenge of promoting and producing agricultural products, not only in Hay River, but throughout the Northwest Territories, are to be commended for outstanding work and dedication. When one looks at the climate of the Northwest Territories, agricultural seems like an industry that does not belong here. However, many Northerners are showing and proving that through advancement in technology, our need to provide residents with access to fresh and reasonably priced foods, along with the passion they have for the industry, that agriculture is alive and well in the NWT. Mr. Speaker, not only do we have those businesses producing foods, but we have those that are supplying infrastructure such as greenhouses, production equipment, training, and research development. The agricultural industry in the Northwest Territories requires this government's continued support, both financially and in kind, if we expect to develop, grow, and become sustainable. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage all of you in this room to visit Hay River this summer. Visit with the people and businesses that are providing agricultural products and services. Stop by the Fisherman's Wharf on Saturdays during the summer months and pick up some fresh produce, eggs, fish, and have a taste of Hay River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Member statements. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start with a quote made on February 4th, 2021 by Mark Miller, the Federal Minister of Indigenous Services, on defending the decision to prioritize Indigenous people in the rollout vaccine. The decision to prioritize Indigenous people living in remote communities, but also in other parts of the country, including those living in urban centers, is based on science. It's not a matter of politics or opinion. So why is it, Mr. Speaker, that Indigenous people have not been placed on the priority list in the NWT if our federal minister is defending this publicly? I am aware that the entire, what we call in the NWT, small or remote communities have been prioritized in the NWT, which is a great start. But I am sure when the federal minister said remote Indigenous communities, Inuvik, Hay River, Fort Smith would fall under that term, coming from Ottawa. But why haven't the mostly Indigenous regional centres been on this priority list? Yesterday's announcement of the expanded priority group still do not have Indigenous people without falling into all the additional priority lists in other communities and urban centres, which I would consider Yellowknife to be in the Northwest Territories. Inuvik is an Indigenous community. It is a designated Gwich'in community under the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim, as well as an Inuvialuit community in the Inuvialuit Land Claim Agreement. It can't get more Indigenous than that, can it? But I'm also questioning why a 2-week scheduled clinic was changed in my community to 1 week a month ago, and the vaccine for the second week was then designated for Yellowknife. Was this based on science? Yesterday it came to my attention that non-resident mine workers may be prioritized or considered for vaccines in the Northwest Territories. I hope this is not the case, Mr. Speaker. Not before Indigenous people and the people of the Northwest Territories. I know that there are NWT residents working out at the mines, but non-resident employees should have to get their vaccine in their home province, not by receiving doses for NWT residents or that are shipped to Northwest Territories. I say maybe put some COVID cops at the mine so they follow the rules as well as we have to in the rest of the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to talk about seniors' housing in the NWT and speak once again about the core needs income thresholds. Mr. Speaker, 20 years ago, the NWT Housing Corporation created a seniors' housing strategy. The strategy was created to address the needs of seniors in a number of areas, which included overcrowded public housing units while families remained on waiting lists, a lack of proper senior housing, and a lack of public housing units built specifically for seniors. Mr. Speaker, in the 20 years since this seniors housing strategy was implemented, the NWT has seen some improvements within these areas, such as more senior public housing being available today than before. For example, however, seniors housing needs have only increased along with the increased population of seniors in the NWT. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the NWT Housing Corporation needs to once again create a seniors housing strategy. Building upon the previous strategy, we must create a modern strategy that won't discriminate against any seniors, period. Right now, any senior or senior couple whose income is above the core need threshold, income threshold, will not be eligible for public housing. Seniors in this boat must find housing by themselves. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the core need income threshold exists to help low-income people find housing. However, I think this means test needs to be dropped when it comes to seniors. As I said in a member statement last month, some seniors may demonstrate on paper that they are financially capable of finding housing by their own means. However, that should not be the sole determining factor for whether seniors should get help finding housing. For example, some seniors have dysfunctional family members who depend on their parents or grandparents for food, shelter, and other needs. In these situations, the monthly income for seniors dwindles quickly, leaving them far less income to address their own necessities. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the needs of seniors are diverse and unique, and our housing policies need to reflect that reality. We need to reevaluate how we help seniors find suitable housing for their situations. It cannot be just about income. As I said last month, we need to consider something like a universal flat rate for all seniors in public housing. I will have questions for the Housing Minister later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The first report of the court-appointed receiver for the NWT assets of Strategic Oil and Gas was released on November 9th. The available funds for the receiver to manage the site, keep it in environmental compliance, and to prepare regulatory submissions are dwindling quickly. There appears to be only about $2.4 million remaining available for the site from the financial security held in the Northwest Territories. Clearly, the costs for remediation of this site will be in the tens of millions of dollars for taxpayers, as it is inevitable GNWT will become the owner in 2021. Cameron Hills mess represents a total system failure to prevent this property from becoming a public liability. The last few stages have played out under our watch. We accepted this site under devolution, did not use any of our available tools to require full financial security or even a closure plan, and have not put in place any policies or legislative changes to prevent such a mess from happening again. We can't afford more public environmental liabilities. Our government has not done enough to demonstrate responsible resource development. The tens of millions of dollars that will need to be spent to properly remediate Cameron Hills should and could have been spent on housing, childcare, education, and other needs. Preventing and better managing environmental liabilities was a priority of the last Assembly. We collectively failed and failed badly. Preventing environmental liabilities is not one of the priorities of this Assembly or in the mandate or even in the mandate letter of any minister. As much as I tried and will continue to try to get our government finally moving on this issue. There's no roadmap, identification of gaps, or even list of publicly available policies or legislative changes that are needed. I've met with the minister and his staff on this issue and would dearly like to get something done during this Assembly. We need to do a number of things, including mandatory legislative requirements for closure plans and full financial security consistent with the polluter pays principle. Reasonable limits on the total discretion of ministers on the form of financial security, better coordination of closure planning and financial security across land, water, and resource-specific legislation, and an early warning system that alerts political and senior managers when action is required. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Lands. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this month, the Canadian Liver Foundation is recognizing Liver Health Month in Canada. The liver is the body's third largest organ and weighs in at approximately 3 pounds. Your liver can regenerate to 90% of its original size and serves as the body's filter, cleaning our blood and regulating hormone levels and cholesterol, as well as vitamin and mineral uptake. The liver is our processor and daily performs over 500 functions essential to life. When people think of liver disease or failure, there is often stigma attached. An automatic assumption is that it is caused by alcohol, when in fact there are over 100 diseases that affect the liver and only one is alcohol-related. Liver cancer is one of the fastest growing and deadliest types of cancer in Canada today. As well, up to 20% of obese individuals in Canada have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which may require a transplant sometime down the road. Liver disease can affect people from all walks of life, regardless of their age, gender, ethnic background, or socioeconomic status. While 1 in 4 Canadians may be affected by liver disease, many are unaware. Early diagnosis remains the key to a successful treatment or cure. Liver Health Month is especially important to me, as I lost my maternal uncle, William Grant, to primary liver cancer, likely due to his time as a military airline mechanic working with solvents and chemicals. And I myself suffer from an immune disease called sarcoidosis that affects my liver. I was diagnosed 10 years ago after having surgery in Edmonton to remove benign tumors from the right lobe of my liver. This began my own health journey, where I soon learned I would not have to navigate not only my own diagnosis and subsequent health-related issues, but become an expert in medical travel, specialist appointments, blood work, self-advocacy, and diagnostic imaging. My story is not a unique one. Many people across the North face the same struggle, trying to balance living life with a chronic disease or condition. This balance is hard to achieve at the best of times and has only been thrown on end by COVID-19. Given the challenges of receiving health care in the North, it only seems smart that we be proactive and work on preventing people from getting sick in the first place. Education will be the key to reducing the mortality related to liver diseases, and I urge my colleagues to help by sharing posts from the Canadian Liver Foundation this month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when people are working and our economy is booming, the North feels different. Meaningful employment improves mental health outcomes, increases school attendance, jumpstarts community participation, and decreases social support demand. Our North's success is deeply rooted in the GNWT's ability to support Northern small and medium businesses that rely on the financial influx of public service procurement. This past Sunday, Industry, Tourism and Investment completed its second online public engagement session to gather feedback from Northern entrepreneurs as part of a comprehensive review of all procurement policies. Their goal is to modernize the procurement process to the benefit of Northern residents and businesses. The most common procurement feedback I receive from NWT residents is that Northern employment outweighs a Southern business with a Northern address. In short, Mr. Speaker, keeping Northerners working through meaningful, stable employment is our key to procurement success. As part of its existing procurement process, the Department of Finance provides vendors with an avenue to handle written complaints in an organized, consistent manner using the vendor complaint policy. According to the policy, the Office of the Comptroller General receives an annual report tracking all vendor complaints to improve the procurement process. Mr. Speaker, this means the GNWT has at its fingertips at least a decade of annual reports outlining the unique vendor challenges experienced as well as patterns of complaints within the procurement process. This information adds value to the procurement review process, and I hope it will be used as an added tool to form the procurement review panel recommendations. This information is not only valuable today, Mr. Speaker, it is also valuable into the future. Policy documents need to be living documents that ensure we are continually learning and improving the services of government. I would like to see a public version of this annual report shared on the Open Government portal with recommendations to and responses from the government that ensure the GNWT continues to improve its procurement practices. I hear weekly from Cam Lake businesses about yet another GNWT contract being awarded to a Southern vendor. As we review another annual operating budget on the heels of the largest capital budget ever passed in the NWT, we cannot afford to mess this up. We need to get procurement done right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, I am glad to announce that today is the grand opening of the Snow King Winter Festival. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the entire Snow King crew, staff and volunteers for all the hard work they do to building such an amazing festival. 26 wonderful snow-filled years running, and this year a pandemic can't stop them. However, things are going to look a little differently this year, Mr. Speaker. Instead of a castle, it's more of a snow garden this year, filled with a series of adventures, but best of all, it is completely free this year, Mr. Speaker. Just remember to book a time slot before you head on down. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all residents of our Snow King to go down the snow slide, play in the snow maze, check out the merch, check out the awesome snow carving competition. There's fun to be had for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm bringing up rapid testing across the territory. Mr. Speaker, we've been having so many deaths in the communities. We're having some problems getting family members into the community. For instance, I got 6 members of my riding in a hotel room. Hotel rooms in Inuvik right now, and are unable to get hotel assistance. Under the rules, it states that it doesn't state that you have to be from the territory. If you're coming home for a funeral, it's not their fault. They have to go. They're going to school, or they're going to. They have to work elsewhere because there's no work in the communities. It's not their fault. But our government, we should be taking care of that. The mourning and grief these 6 members have of a family from my hometown, it's tough. Rapid testing should be available. If we have the units, why aren't we using them? Check them when they come in, give them 3 or 4 days, check them again, then let them go home, but in a social bubble at a house, right? So that they could be home and grieve. Unable to grieve, it's not right, Mr. Speaker. We spend so much money on COVID Secretariat and all this, and then if we're buying the unit for rapid testing, use it. It has to be dealt with, Mr. Speaker. Too many people are hurt. We're not testing your residents across the territory. It could be saving our government more money by using these testing units. Again, compassionate exemption on rapid testing. We need to get that sorted out, Mr. Speaker. Today I'll be asking the Minister, why aren't we using those rapid testing units for the community? And we are legislators here that we could make changes. 19 members, we could make changes in that and let the Minister take over that, instead of having Dr. Condola run her that department, we have the Premier and we have the Minister that are able to do that. And I'm going to be asking him why not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 16, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. Bill 16 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November the 2nd, 2020, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. On February the 25th, 2021, the Standing Committee held a public meeting with the Minister of Finance and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 16, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, is ready for consideration in committee of the whole as amended and reprinted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Report of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on the review of Bill 13, an act to amend the Interpretation Act, and recommends it to the House. Bill 13, an act to amend the Interpretation Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development October 29, 2020. Bill 13 amends Interpretation Act to remove references to Mountain Standard Time and Daylight Savings Time and replaces them with a reference to One Standard Time. Bill 13 will allow the Commissioner and Executive Council to replace the current Daylight Savings Time regulations with permanent year-round time standard regulations. Committee invited written and in-person submissions from municipal and Indigenous governments, organizations, education councils, and the business community. Committee received 7 written submissions from Nahanni Construction, Cold Weather Construction Experts, Decho Divisional Education Council, Yellowknives Dene First Nation Data Administration, Sawtooth Divisional Education Council, Mayor and Council, Town of Hay River, Dave Nickerson, and David Wazelsu. Submissions received by committee are attached in Appendix A, and committee thanks those who took the time to share their views. The submissions received by committee are broadly supportive of allowing the government to amend daylight savings time to one fixed time. Committee notes that the submission from the Mayor and Council of Hay River provided support conditional on Alberta advancing changes to one standard time. Committee also considered recommendations from the work done by the 18th Legislative Assembly Standing Committee on Social Development. In the report review of Motion 32-18(2), referral of Petition 6-18(2), elimination of time change in the Northwest Territories, Committee acknowledges an elevated level of attention from the public. Petition 6-18(2) had 533 signatures from residents of 18 different NWT communities, supporting the Government of the Northwest Territories to move to one standard time. Prior to making any changes to the Daylight Savings Time regulations, committee report recommendations advised the Government of the Northwest Territories to consider conducting broad public and targeted stakeholder engagement and to consult with counterparts in Alberta. In their review of Bill 13, committee shared concerns about the lack of options for government public engagement and consultation prior to the Commissioner of an Executive Council making changes to the Daylight Saving Time regulations. This concern was addressed by a committee motion to amend Bill 13. Committee's motion requires the Minister to conduct public engagement with residents of the Northwest Territories regarding the elimination of the time change and prior to setting of standard time. A clause-by-clause review of the bill and public hearing was held on February 9, 2021. Committee moved one motion to amend Bill 13, which is attached in Appendix B. The motion was carried and the Minister concurred with the motion. Committee thanks the Honourable R.J. Simpson, Minister of Justice, and members of his staff for their appearance before committee. Following the clause-by-clause review, a motion was carried to report Bill 13, an act to amend the Interpretation Act as amended and reprinted, as ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Committee thanks all those who took the time to make written submissions on this bill. This concludes the Standing Committee's review of Bill 13. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamlik. Member for Kamlik.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that the Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 20 and Act to amend the Employment Standards Act be received by the Assembly and adopted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamlik. Motion is in order and is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The questions will be for the minister responsible for ITI. Currently, the GNWT has agriculture strategy, which is nearing its good until 2022 expiry date. Can the minister clarify the reference dated time frame of 2017 to 2022 with respect to the agricultural strategy? Is the department considering an update based or revision based on progress or lack of it over the last 4 years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverhill South. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to say that we certainly are planning to have a new strategy. And with respect to success or not, I can say that when the strategy first began back in 2017, there was very few commercial productions, very few commercial producers, and we now are numbering roughly 8 to 10 with some significant growth in the area. So we're gathering the information now, and I would expect that more formal engagements will happen beginning possibly as early as the end of this year, and if not early in 2022, so that it is ready indeed to roll out in due course next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture strategy states that in order to develop the agricultural sector, regulations, legislation, policies are required at all levels of government to enable the sector to grow and function. Under current legislation, the NWT's agricultural sector has limited room to grow. Production of meats and fish are two areas of concern. Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm what, if any, progress is being made with respect to addressing the issue of legislation policy that is hampering our agricultural sector? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Haverhill South, minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect to meat regulations, that work is right now actively taking place in my colleague's department in Health and Social Services, and that indeed is part of the mandate, and as such is moving along and will be reported on in that regard. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, there's also now newly formed the Territorial Agriculture Agri-Food Association. That is an entity that is very active in this space, and one that I would certainly commend producers to be involved with as an advocacy group to identify any other barriers that may exist. And last, Mr. Speaker, there is recently rolled out the Red Tape Working Group for small and medium-sized businesses, of which I suspect a number of the businesses in this sector would likely fall in that category. And to the extent that they are facing continued barriers, I would urge them that once that group starts rolling out, that they would please contact them so we can indeed address those barriers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, capacity building opportunities are important. As a First Nations person, I find the best way to learn is always hands-on training that meets regional and local needs. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the Minister to consider ensuring that all communities throughout the Northwest Territories have access to a greenhouse and the tools required to support training and capacity building around agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverhill South. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly am keen to see what can be done with respect to ensuring that we continue to grow this industry, both in terms of its commercial value, but also as far as it may impact on food security more generally. For now, Mr. Speaker, what I can say, if there's a community that's looking to have a greenhouse, looking to have access to some agricultural opportunities, I would urge them to speak to their local economic development officer or other ITI officer. There are programs and projects that can help support them, whether in terms of the training that may be needed or in terms of some community funding opportunities. So I certainly would say if those are areas of interest, again, that they would please reach out. We certainly have resources available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I previously said, if we are expected to grow the industry, then we have to provide the support and tools required to make that happen. We can start with our institutions, such as schools and correction facilities. As both these facilities are under the responsibility of the same minister, will the Minister of ITI commit to working with the Minister of ECE and Justice to establish small-scale greenhouses on institutional grounds to further the interest of the agricultural sector? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those two departments, while under one minister, have different areas, and they may not necessarily all flow into the agriculture commercial sector for which ITI is responsible for. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I was happy to discover very recently through my colleague, Take a Kid Gardening is in fact a program that exists in schools across the Northwest Territories. So yeah, absolutely, I will commit to speaking to the Minister of ECE and the Minister of Justice to see what we can do to bring some synergy to this area and to agriculture more broadly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member statement.
When I did the member statement, one on behalf of the words of the elders, but the words of the elderly ladies were talking about while we were standing. It's just like them standing here asking the government, because we're asking questions on behalf of the elders. So, Minister of Infrastructure, I have a question for you.
Minister of Infrastructure talked about engineering in her statement earlier. I'd like to ask questions about the sorry and inconsiderate her department has for hundreds of people driving back and forth between Yellowknife and Béchacon on a daily basis. You think with their great feats of engineering that they might give minor passing thought of biological needs of people driving those roads. I'm talking about a simple place to relieve themselves. Mr. Speaker, first question I have for the Minister is, why don't we have on Highway 3 and beyond out to outlying communities have restrooms along the three side turnouts between Béchacon and Yellowknife? Speaker, merci.
Thank you, member for Mumfway. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the outhouses between Yellowknife and Béchacon was brought up in the House either this week or last week, where the Department of Infrastructure and Department of ITI are both, work in partnership, ensuring that, we have adequate facilities along the way, including pullouts, and because, we continue to improve, promote, deliver safety through investments, infrastructure, because highway safety is our utmost priority. And, I do want to let the member know that the Department of ITI and Infrastructure will be looking at developing a management plan in order to have a look at some of the highways, not only on Highway 3, but all along all the other highways in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, we have 10 highways in the Northwest Territories, and we need to ensure that there is some safety out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Mumfway.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I didn't hear much of an answer there. Highway safety, as Minister indicated, we need to put that into actions. Let's talk, let's study. We've experienced a tragic accident on the highway, numerous occasions, and here we're still deliberating in the House about restrooms along the highway. That's urgent need. Mr. Speaker, I cannot, I don't know how else I can relate that message, the importance of having those restrooms along the highway. Mr. Speaker, putting into action on the general standards for providing public toilets or restrooms on a use highways like Highway 3. Has her department, Minister of Infrastructure, thought of developing a position on this particular question that I have in this House? Mr. Speaker, Mussey.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no, we haven't looked at developing a specific position for this outhouse and that, but we did talk about looking at another, perhaps highway safety, and look at perhaps bringing it to appropriations for some extra funding for finance. So I hope I've answered the member's question in terms of, looking at working with ITI and to be able to come up with a management plan. I think that's the key here, is we need to have a look at it, address the safety issues, and come up with a plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
This questions I have, I'm talking about the elderly ladies. The elderly ladies, I'm talking on behalf of what I was told. The minister, you have to respect. We always say, let's work with one another. Let's work with one another. That's not what I'm hearing. These words of the elders is very important.
This is not an outhouse we're talking about. We're talking about restrooms along the highway. Will the minister commit to coming back to this House with plans and funding for the construction of at least minimum one or two public washrooms or restrooms along highways between Yellowknife and Bishopcombe? I don't mean a long winded promise to study. We are tired of studying. It's a very simple problem that to death. Mr. Speaker, a promise to put a 20-year plan in place. This is part of the commitment that needs to be made in this House. And I need to bring the message back to the elder that particularly asked me, and I'm not getting any answers today. Can there be a plan in place that can be brought back to this House, Mr. Speaker? Mussey.
Mumfui, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not a simple answer. I think, we have to work with a variety of departments within the GNWT to look at, there is some work that's involved, pullouts between Yellowknife and Betcheko. There's a number of things we have to look at. We need to see if there's space, provide technical support to ITI's efforts to fund and build outhouse should ITI decide to do so. So I'm not saying that we would commit to it, because I can't. I need to work with Department of Infrastructure to be able to look at some of the technical requirements to putting an outhouse there, and whether department is going to be able to find some funding and work together with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been well over a month since we had a public forum in Bishopcombe. And part of the discussion we had was with the minister's senior staff as well. And they agreed that we need to formulate partnerships to deal with these particular issues. And it's been over a month and we're still talking about potentially we can work on this. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to see an action plan in place. During the life of this assembly, could that be established between the partners, and of course working along with the provincial government, because they're the ones who initiated a discussion? Could that be established within the life of this assembly? Mr. Speaker, Mussey.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from my understanding, the meeting in Betcheko that involved, a lot of the key stakeholders was mostly around cell service. I mean, we had departments of infrastructure and ITI, as well as some of the leaders, to be able to look at, the safety of the cell service along the highway, and it was something that the working group was going to look at. This outhouse is a whole new subject that we need to, perhaps add to that discussion, because, it is something that we need to look at as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us if her department considers it a priority to help all NWT residents find adequate housing, regardless of their income level? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, absolutely, it is a priority for the Housing Corporation to initiate and engage with the Northwest Territories to find adequate, suitable and affordable housing throughout the Northwest Territories. However, I know the member is asking also going to be about the income threshold that we do currently have. The income threshold is established for fairness and consistency throughout the Northwest Territories, but I would like to take that back because there's a lot of considerations we need to look at with how we look at the with the rent that we are collecting for the public housing units. But then also I really wanted to elaborate on the housing programs that we do have that try to work with the residents of the Northwest Territories to find affordable, adequate, suitable housing. And I'm open to hearing the rest of the members' statements as well too, and the questions coming forward, because it really puts together a different, unique approach that the Housing Corporation needs to consider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us if she believes that the current means test determining seniors' eligibility for public housing is fair? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, looking at the amount of units we do have throughout the Northwest Territories for seniors, we do have approximately 2,900 throughout the territory. 374 of those units are occupied by seniors housing. Also, throughout the Northwest Territories, the Housing Corporation has also established seniors complexes in Fort Liard, Fort Providence, and a number of communities throughout the territory. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to elaborate that, you know, for seniors housing throughout the territory, that we really engage into partnership throughout the territory. The Housing Corporation can come forward and, right now put new houses on the ground. We need to look at creative alternative solutions. I just wanted to highlight one of the only housing society throughout the territory is the Gushogotin Housing Society in Fort Good Hope, where they had to partner up, took some money out of their local government, partnered up with the Housing Corporation, and also looked at the need for seniors housing in that specific community. And Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of approach that I'm looking for as a minister. I need to work with the Indigenous groups, with the stakeholders in the community. We need to start addressing housing as the #1 priority within the government, but not only within the government, Mr. Speaker. We need to look at this with the Indigenous groups and the people of the Northwest Territories so we can continue to work in partnership and continue with that collaborative approach to making sure that we have and continue with affordable housing, adequate housing, suitable housing for the residents of the Northwest Territories. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to removing or changing the current means test determining seniors' eligibility into public housing units? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member is going to come and she's going to continuously ask this question, and I really appreciate it because we come forward and we're coming up with adequate solutions that we are working with the seniors. The Housing Corporation had lifted the requirement for land tenure and insurance for private homeowners in order for the client to adequately seek approval for our housing programs. The other thing that the Housing Corporation has done is eliminated the requirement for additional people living in the public housing units in order for us to calculate rent, where we're solely looking at the senior, where I recognize, coming from a smaller community, that we do have elders in our smaller communities and we do have extended family members that live with our elders that provide that adequate care. And it really prevents them from going into the larger centres in the larger communities. We are supporting seniors to age in place. But Mr. Speaker, with the questions coming forward, I would like to see that a lot more creativity throughout the Housing Corporation as well, and looking at further expanding our needs throughout the territory. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, I need to really consider the other population as well too, is the low-income families as well, with the women, the children, and the overcrowding, the homelessness, and I will bring this back as a minister to my department. Sorry for the long answer, but I'm very passionate about my portfolio. I know I can't house everybody, but I just take a look at all of the opportunities and the creativity that we can have as a Northwest Territories. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, just to remind everyone, we've got to slow down a bit. Our interpreters may be having difficulty here, but also be mindful of our other members that still have to ask questions here. Final supplementary, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister consider creating a new seniors housing strategy for the NWT Housing Corporation that does not discriminate against seniors based on income? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to speak very slow, and I'll be very quick with my response. We're looking at the core need income threshold for seniors. This is something I will bring back to my department, but I cannot commit to putting together another strategy. I would have to bring this forward, and I will keep the member informed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister responsible for the Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission. We've had a recent outbreak of COVID-19 at the Gachakue mine site, 19 confirmed cases, 11 of which are workers from out of the territory, but 8 of them are NWT residents. So my question for the Minister is, what is he doing to protect northern workers at this mine site? Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, WSCC is in constant contact with the mine manager to ensure all reporting requirements under the mine health and safety regulations have been followed. I'm very happy to tell the members and the public that WSCC has gone in on February 26th and 28th, and part of the on-site investigations is to ensure that their control plan, which is reviewed by both WSCC and the CPHO, has remained in place and was adhered to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Monsieur, I want to thank the Minister for that. Good to hear that inspectors have finally been sent to the mine site. Can the Minister tell me whether there's any WSCC requirements or the control plan requires separation of northern and southern workers in terms of their accommodation at the site? Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for WSCC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, WSCC does not have the authority under the Mine Health and Safety Act to dedicate the segregation of the two north and southern workers. It was if it's identified component of the control plan, the WSCC will enforce to adhere to this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that, but didn't really answer my question. And there seems to be some kind of top secret exposure control plan that he can't even share any information with me on the floor of this House. So I've asked about whether northern and southern workers are separated at the work site. He can't tell me that. Now I'll try something else. Can the Minister tell me whether this top secret control plan requires masking of employees at the site? Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for WSCC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the members trying to get information. First and foremost, this is the plan of a private industry, a private company, so we need to respect that. It's their plan. So in regards to his question, the mine health and safety regulations do not govern the use of face masks, and our WSCC is unable to enforce the usage. If the masks are included in the employee's control plan, the WSCC would enforce compliance to the plan. So if it's in the plan, we make sure it's enforced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. We have a top secret plan. You can't even tell me whether masking is required at the site. I'll try something else here, Mr. Speaker. So can you tell me if there's any requirements for cleaning of the shared washrooms at the site? You know, that's a pretty simple thing to ask, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully you can at least answer that. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Worker Safety and Compensation Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not top secret. It's a business. It's the company's control plan, and we need to respect that. We work with them through WSCC. Under the occupational health and safety regulations, washroom hygiene is addressed for non-pandemic situations. Changes as a result of outbreak are not covered under these regulations. The WSCC can enforce compliance if increased cleaning practices were identified in the employer's control plan. So, Mr. Speaker, the member needs to understand, if it's in the plan, we enforce it. If it's not in the plan, then that's where we can't enforce something that's not in the plan, which has been approved by WSCC and the Chief Public Health Officer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As in my member statement, I would like to turn to the ask about the release yesterday. Can the minister explain to us who exactly are a priority for receiving the Moderna vaccine in the category that was released yesterday? And I'll quote under that category, anyone 18 plus with CPHO approval. Why would we have this designated on the release? Is there a category under that? There must be something to make that decision to add that category. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the categories that were released yesterday are frontline workers aged 18 plus who interact directly with the public and are unable to work virtually in the following areas: schools, including teachers, teacher assistants or support workers, school bus drivers, front-facing administrative workers, daytime janitors. The next category is day homes and day cares, hotels, grocery stores, drugstores, banks, libraries, postal service, liquor stores, gas stations and convenience stores, customer service agents at airports, media, including reporters and camera crews. The last category that the member is referencing, I believe, is an area in which the CPHO could create an exemption for a group of workers who have been inadvertently left off of this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that answer. Are non-resident employees at remote camps a priority now, or any plan to vaccinate them in the NWT? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The short answer is no. They are not being vaccinated now. NWT resident rotational workers are in the larger centres have been prioritized to receive the vaccine since January 31st. What we've seen at the Gahcho mine is that when you have people in a congregate setting, it doesn't really matter whether they're from the NWT or somewhere else. They get sick equally, and they are all infectious to one another. And as a result, we had the outbreak that we had of 20 cases, one very serious case. So what I can say about this is that the NWT will not prioritize non-residents over residents. When all eligible residents have been vaccinated, and if there is vaccine required or available, then the CPHO will look at the possibility of vaccinating the rotational workers who are from outside of the territory who work in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. My next question is, the second immunization clinic that was in Inuvik, there was 2 weeks, and then the second week it was rapidly canceled. People started blowing up our phones that are from that region because they got their appointments canceled. And you know, we always kind of hear what's going on behind the scenes, and what we were told was that the vaccine was removed from the community and sent back to Yellowknife. How much of this vaccine was set for Inuvik during that clinic from the February 1st to 5th, and how many doses were sent back to Yellowknife? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my information is that the CPHO is not aware of any clinic that was proposed or approved for Inuvik for the first week of February. That's February the 1st to the 5th. And so there was no clinic that was cancelled at that time. As I think the member is aware, the vaccine allotted to the NWT is a public and territorial resource, and it has been moved to places where it is needed to vaccinate priority groups. And in terms of how many specific vaccines were in Inuvik the first week of February, I do not have that information with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what? People can say there was no clinic. The people that had appointments know that there was people booked in for appointments to have vaccines for their COVID shots, and they were all canceled. So I will move on to the next question, is when will all Indigenous people be made a priority in rural and urban cities, whatever the term that we're going to use, in the Northwest Territories, and added to this list that was publicly released yesterday and is defended by our federal minister, who's the one that's coordinating all the vaccines going out to the territories, remote communities, Indigenous communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people were not listed on the new priority group because this is a public health care system. Everyone who works in a hotel, regardless of their place of origin or their ethnicity, is eligible to have a vaccine. So what we do have the benefit of is that the initial vaccine allotment by Ottawa was very large to all 3 territories and the northern parts of the provinces in order to account for the fact that health vulnerabilities are higher in Indigenous people than they are in other populations. And so as a result of that, we were promised enough vaccine for 75% of our eligible population. And as of today, we're at 44%. Of vaccinating our eligible population, which puts us well ahead of any other jurisdiction in Canada, which we greatly appreciate. We have been using the National Advisory Committee on Immunization advice to guide our own NWT vaccine strategy about identifying priority populations to vaccinate. And I just want to reiterate the 2 foundational principles of the development of the vaccine prioritization. The first is people who are at risk of severe disease from COVID-19, and the other is at risk of importing COVID-19. That is the foundation of our priority groups, and that is the basis on which we are now delivering vaccines. I want to say further that at this point, every community except Yellowknife, Hay River, and Inuvik is open for vaccination to every person over 18 years of age. The reason that the 3 communities I just mentioned are not open is because of the larger populations and the availability of vaccine not matching up at this point. So we're waiting for another big shipment. But at this point, every community has had 2 clinics, and every resident over 18 years old, except in Yellowknife, Hay River, and Inuvik, are eligible to receive that vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I was talking about rapid testing, and we had, like I said, we have a death in the community, and we have 6 family members sitting in a hotel in Inuvik. I want to know what's happening with rapid testing across the territory. In December 22nd, this past year, NWT Health and Social Services says all NWT communities will have access to COVID-19 testing that can deliver preliminary results to patients within as little as 15 minutes. Can the Minister confirm these rapid tests are available and which communities they're available in? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that every community, even those without health centres, have rapid testing available to them. The important piece to know about rapid testing is that it is only used on people who have symptoms of COVID. So they are not going to use it on me unless I'm running a fever, I have aches and pains, flu-like symptoms, respiratory symptoms, then they would give me a test. But they do not test healthy people unless they are essential workers in the healthcare system. So the situation is the tests are widespread, but they are only used for people who are symptomatic. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, thinking with these rapid testing, why did we get them? I mean, in the first place. So my 6 people could say, oh, I'm getting a flu, I'm not feeling well. So I could get 6 tests brought over to the hotel and get them tested so they could go home and grieve properly with their family. It's not right. If we're going to provide that service of rapid testing, why can't we use them? Like when they come off the plane, rapid test them. I know I need, we're legislators here. We could make changes. And I want to know, when is the Minister going to take back control from Dr. Condola and start doing that job? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, the situation with the rapid testing is that even though somebody doesn't have symptoms now, they can develop them at any point over the 14 days. And so the rapid tests are not a substitute for isolation, because until the virus creates a load in the body that can be detected, it's not possible to know whether this person is infectious or not. And so that's the situation with rapid testing. There really needs to be ongoing testing through the quarantine period to determine whether someone is infectious. What the tests are for, I think, was really well illustrated in Fort Liard. And what happened there, as we all know, there was an outbreak. And it's my understanding that the community response team then tested everybody in the community repeatedly to find out whether they were infectious with COVID-19 in order to be effective in the outbreak management. And so that is what we are saving the tests for, is to manage an outbreak if one were to come along. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that. Man, she could do the job. You know, she could leave this COVID-19 and lead, and I thank her for that. But I want to ask the Minister, it states in the rules, like family members, it doesn't state where you're from. The people in the hotel room are 6 people from Tuck, born and raised, because I was with them growing up. So now tell me, where does it state for them being denied for hotel compensation? Why aren't we not paying their hotel compensation at the hotel during this isolation period? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nunukput, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize this is a difficult time for the member to have a death not only in his community but in his family. It is not my job to decide which hotel rooms are paid for and in what circumstances. That's the job of the Premier as the lead on the COVID Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm going to ask the Premier. Madam Premier, Mr. Speaker, I need help here. People from our communities are hurting, and it's the last thing they need to be doing is paying a $2,000 bill for 14 days in a hotel room. Plus, they need help. I'm asking for help here. We need to show a little bit more compassion and leadership in regards to this. And it's not only them, there's other families that are hurting. Not only the family that I'm talking about, it's other families that are hurting, but it should be re-looked at, reassessed, and say yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Minister, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a fine balance. I would love to be able to accommodate every single person that wants to come to the NWT, whether they're residents or not. And in fact, we started with that when we started the COVID Secretariat. However, I'm also conscious that it's taxpayers' money. So it's a real fine balance between being empathetic and providing for every single person, no matter what reason, or being responsible to taxpayers. And I heard MLAs, and I heard the general public, and I heard the business communities that all said, and chiefs, leaders of communities were saying, don't do it anymore. And the CPHO is recommendations no one travel. Jurisdictions throughout Canada are now saying recommendations don't come to our jurisdictions, don't travel. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not as easy as just saying cover them. People, we cover for almost everyone, and the only people we're not covering in the NWT that are residents are people on discretionary travel. Those are that are going for vacations. Every other person has been covered from my understanding. So when they're not residents, whether they're born here or not, when you leave here after a certain amount of time, you lose your residency. And Mr. Speaker, at this point, we are not covering that because we don't have the finances. We have to be accountable. The member did say that you know, we have a lot of money, but we also have to be accountable for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Can the Minister explain how the Department liaises with national NGOs or organizations, such as the Canadian Liver Foundation, to ensure that Northerners can maximize the supports and services they offer, but also so we can contribute to ongoing research? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Great Slave, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Health and Social Services has relationships with a number of national organizations such as Canadian Blood Services and the Mental Health Commission of Canada. However, we don't have a relationship with the Canadian Liver Foundation. I have asked the department to determine if there are areas where the health system can work more proactively with that organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear the Minister say that she would reach out to or have her department reach out to the Canadian Liver Foundation, given our propensity maybe for a little bit of liking the drink in the North. That would probably be a good thing. Annually, there is an 80% shortfall in funding to research liver issues when compared to the number of grant applications that are received. Could you imagine if any one of these applications actually contained the cure for liver disease or an early diagnosis tool? So does the GNWT participate in any sort of research in this area, and subsequently do we provide any funding to do this type of research? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. The Department of Health and Social Services does not conduct research in this area. If somebody who is a researcher comes to us and asks to partner with us, then we certainly would look at that proposal. We would consider offering things like in-kind services, letters of support, contributions of data, staff time, and so on. So we are not the initiator of the research, but we are willing participants where we can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear. I do know that the GNWT is a very research open type government, and as evidenced by our Aurora Research Institute. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the health issues that are involving the liver can be prevented by a healthy living lifestyle and a reduction in alcohol consumption. What does the Department of Health do to provide early education and raise awareness around liver health specifically, given the high incidence of alcoholism in the North? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to say, because I raised this when I was a regular MLA, that the department is now exploring the potential for implementing screening, brief intervention, and referral for alcohol use at the clinical level. So what happens here is that the patient, in the course of an ordinary appointment with a healthcare provider, would be screened according to Canada's low-risk drinking guidelines. And the healthcare provider could offer a range of supports, from counseling to a referral to an alcohol treatment center. So we are interested in exploring whether we can use that. Of course, if even without this screening tool in place, people who are concerned that they are over-consuming alcohol can seek help from the community counseling program. They can access e-mental health supports, and of course they can access supports through their healthcare provider if they feel like they need a detox or treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's great around alcoholism or alcohol education. I guess, too, I would like to see maybe the department looking at a more holistic conversation around liver health, which does include things like healthy eating, exercise, and such. As I mentioned in my statement, many people have liver disease that have nothing to do with alcohol. So I guess my next question would be, can we commit to launching a healthy liver campaign in the North, specific to the liver and not just focused on alcoholism, but on a healthier lifestyle and prevention? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Great Slave, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't make that commitment at this point. I can say that, of course, we are interested in helping people to have the best liver health that they can have, and our current efforts are really all focused around the alcohol strategy. I know the member is talking about liver disease that is not alcohol-related, but we are dealing now with the issues that are alcohol-related because we see them as such big drivers of poor health in our territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Finance in regards to the vendor complaint policy. The first thing I'd like to know, though, has to do with the procurement review. And I'm wondering if the Minister of Finance can confirm if the procurement review panel plans to release its draft of its report to the business community prior to finalizing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been trying to be quite clear both with the panel and publicly that I think it's important that the panel have the opportunity and ability to do their work independently from my office, from government, and remain objective and remain creative and do what they need to do. So I have not directed them to do that, and I have not heard back from them at present whether they intend to do that. I'm sure if the message doesn't get back to them through the course of this forum, that I can certainly make the inquiry on behalf of the MLA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I think it's important that the 19th Assembly get this right. So I think spending the time to work with northern businesses to make sure we are getting it right is really important. One of the things that the Department of Finance has, one of the tools at its disposal, is the vendor complaint policy produces annual reports every year. And I know that I'm guessing the answer to my next question might be similar to the first, but I'm wondering if the procurement review panel will be using those annual reports as part of their review, or if the minister is unsure, if she will make them available to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can say that over the course of approximately 6 years, there was only 19 complaints. So at present, what happens, and in fact, this fiscal year thus far, there's only been one. So, Mr. Speaker, I certainly will look to compile that information and provide it for the use and review of the panel. As for what they may do with it, obviously that is certainly up to them, and we'll see. Again, we'll see where it goes. But yeah, certainly we can compile that and provide it for their use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that. I can confirm, though, it's great news to hear that there's one complaint this year. I receive a complaint probably every week about procurement from Kamloops businesses. And, whether they're escalated or not is another story. Sometimes it's great news that things can be sorted out between conversations with MLAs and ministers, and sometimes they require a little bit more digging. But I'm wondering if the minister would be willing to make the annual reports that go to the Comptroller General public, so that potentially people can find patterns within those if there is more than one that comes out every year, and also that hopefully in the future they can drive change. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I had April 1st as a fiscal year in my head and said one complaint. It's 3, not 1. My apologies. Nonetheless, fortunately, not a significantly large increase. Mr. Speaker, at present, there's not a report per se. Again, with not having a very large number of complaints, I don't know that a report has been necessary to date. That said, they certainly do gather up all of the complaints. Procurement Shared Services does process those complaints. Comptroller General does receive notice of the finalized complaints. So they certainly are reviewed throughout the government. And the purpose of that review, the purpose of the complaints policy is indeed to not only provide an avenue of complaint, but to in fact change processes. So I'll certainly commit to go back and see what could be perhaps collated into a report that can be shared. I'm conscious that the information contained in the complaints may well be something that is subject to some privacy, and I certainly do not want to put any damper on people using the complaint process. So as I say, I'll commit to getting back to speaking with the Comptroller General's office, seeing what information we can put together so that there can be some transparency on the kinds of complaints we're receiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And no, I appreciate the minister saying that. I definitely do not want there to be privacy concerns, and I don't want to deter anybody from reporting complaints, because they do, in fact, offer opportunities for the government to maintain its procurement policies as living documents and to continue to make change. So even if it is identifying an industry type versus a specific person or company within an industry, I think that is a much better way of going about that. I'm also wondering if, and I just want to confirm that the minister is willing to also take back to her department the idea of adding recommendations that were made and what happened with those recommendations within this report, so that we can see what action was taken on the part of the GNWT and what change was made for local businesses. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, Mr. Speaker, the policy right now allows individuals who've gone through the procurement process or who have considered applying on a procurement process to look there and to see whether they'd be eligible to make their complaints. It would go through the client department that they're working with, and then involving Procurement Shared Services, and if necessary, gets, of course, to the Comptroller General's office. It's not a formal report per se that gets completed. There is certainly, at this point, in fact, from my understanding is that the 3 that were dealt with in a manner that didn't require any kind of proposed change. Now again, all of which is to say, Mr. Speaker, I am very alive to the fact that the business community wanted to see change in procurement. We advanced, that was not only part of the mandate, we accelerated that, and the work is underway. So I'm very alive to the fact that there's concerns with the process. But right now, the vendor complaint process isn't really a tool wherein I think people will necessarily find the recommendations they're looking for. Those recommendations are likely to come out of the procurement review process, and to the extent that the vendor complaint process isn't what people want it to be, well then that too ought to be something that is mentioned to us in the course of the review. If we can improve the complaint process to make it more accessible so there can be that kind of a living document, I'm certainly happy to hear it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Lands, who appears to have the lead on strategic oil and gas bankruptcy. The Cameron Hills sour gas field is a mess, and the remaining funds to remediate the site are drying up quickly. Can the Minister tell us when he expects that GNWT will take ownership of the site? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as everybody is aware, right now we have a receiver in place that is looking after all aspects of it. Right now, they're making sure that regulatory compliances are followed and considering options to transfer the site to another operator through a sale process. However, it might be possible we might get small parts or the whole transfer back to us if we cannot find a company to take it over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I think that's about as close as he's ever admitted to us taking over the site. So I'm making some progress here. In my statement, I outlined that there was a total system failure in terms of preventing this site from becoming a liability for this government. I'd like to know from the Minister what lessons we've learned from this mess and what is he going to do to fix this from happening again and again. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was a unique situation. Securities were estimated by the federal government, then transferred to GNWT upon devolution. And the amount held by Canada Energy Regulatories was not disclosed to the GNWT until recently. We did not know the total amount of security is insufficient. It's unlikely that the particular situation will arise again as we have a robust regulatory system, including updating security requirements for oil and gas and other operations and devolutions since devolution has happened. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Again, it confirms a number of things that I said earlier. You know, if we didn't know what the security was, why did we take it, and what did we do about it? Not much. In the last assembly, there was a mandate that read as follows: develop an integrated, comprehensive approach to management of contaminated sites, including prioritizing sharing of responsibility in collaboration with other governments, monitoring, and a sound financial security system to prevent public liabilities. Mr. Speaker, none of this was done. We collectively failed. Does the Minister have a plan, a roadmap, any resources or staff, anything that we can do to prevent another Cameron Hills from happening again? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that question and giving it to us in advance, because I have to get some really important details here out to open here. In 2019, the GNWT approach to contaminated sites management was released, and we continue to build upon this work. Interdepartmental Contaminated Sites Committee and Working Group have formed to coordinate and implement this work. It is anticipated the work plan will be finalized in the spring of 2021. Over the years since devolution, the GNWT has also worked with the Land and Water Boards and the federal government to update the guidelines and model for established securities. With the regulations being developed under the Public Land Act and other oil and gas regulations being developed by ITI, we will continue to make ongoing improvements to the regulatory system to prevent future liability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. So when Cameron Hills sour gas field finally becomes a GNWT liability, it's not clear how these costs are going to be appropriated or accounted for. Can the Minister tell us where the funds to remediate Cameron Hills will come from when it becomes a GNWT liability, and how it will appear in the public accounts? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cost to remediate the sites are estimated included in the listings unless our reclaimed security amounts held. But, Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Liability Fund, as the member has said, is an annual appropriation of $2 million. If additional funds are required to cover the cost of remediation for all environmental liability sites, a supplementary estimation will be put forward at the time to the House for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the sun starts coming back, I get excited about summer, and the sun is coming back. So I'm wondering if the Minister of ITI will let us know when ITI plans to open campground bookings online this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am also excited for the summer coming back. Right now, the planned reservation time for parks will be a staged opening between May 4th and May 7th. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the bookings open May 1st to May 4th, I'm wondering when the campgrounds intend to open. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that COVID did not change is the weather, and as such, we are still sticking with the usual dates for opening. This accommodates the fact that those who have the contracts to do the campgrounds and to operate the parks need some time once they're able to get in there, once the thaw has begun, to actually get in there and make the facilities functional and usable. So we are right now anticipating the same usual opening date, which would be May 15th for most parks, as well as and/or the May 24th long weekend for the other parks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that it's cold sometimes, but we have in the north some pretty tough people, and I think they would love to start their staycation season a little bit early, given that they have been in town for a long time, and would love the opportunity to break out their campers, and some of them who are extreme diehards would love to just camp in the snow. I'm wondering if ITI would be willing to open the season a little bit early this year. Don't worry, I'm not a snow camper. But if they would be willing to open the parks a little bit earlier this year, I know Yukon just announced yesterday they are opening their parks May 1st. I'm wondering if we can jump the gun and do April 30th since that's a Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that right now is not in the plan, and I, as much as anyone else who have not traveled anywhere, would like to be outside. There's nothing much that I can do, though, about the fact that the parks here, and I can't speak to what the situation in the Yukon may be, or what their circumstances or facilities may be, but for us and for the facilities that we have, for the contractors that we have, they are going to need time, once it thaws enough, to go in there and Mr. Speaker, frankly, suspect comes back down to outhouses, so oddly enough. Never thought this would be twice in one day. So, and not to minimize the other work that needs to get done, but right now, that is the expectation, is that to get done the work they need to get done, it's going to be the same opening as usual. It cost over $200,000 last year when they kept the parks open into the fall, which is not to say that we can't look at whether we can extend this season again, but the traditional opening is there for that reason. So we have not had an outpouring of folks asking for the earlier start. We have the very fortunate situation in the north where people can indeed go camping at sites outside of the formal territorial parks, and that there are many fine lodges and other staycation opportunities in the Northwest Territories. So I know that my news is not necessarily good, but we will have those parks in wonderful working order as soon as the date arrives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given that people can't leave the territory this year and they would love to probably be able to camp every single weekend possible, is there a plan to offer an incentive to camp more often than not, or incentive to camp at all this summer for NWT residents? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, Mr. Speaker, there was a coupon program that encouraged people to stay longer in the parks, and we are looking right now at doing that again. It did seem to be very successful. It was very highly subscribed. So while I'm not in a position to stand and make any official announcements right now, we certainly are actively looking at doing that again, precisely to encourage people to get out and utilize the facilities, the fantastic parks that we do have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions, returns to written questions, returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, follow-up letter for oral question 408-19 brackets 2, use of Indigenous languages in GNWT workplaces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Bill 3, Bill 12, Bill 13, Bill 14. Committee Report 8-19 brackets 2. Committee Report 9-19 brackets 2. Minister Statement 77-19 brackets 2. Table Document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19 brackets 2. Colleagues, by the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House with member for Inuvik Twin Lakes in the chair.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, committee wishes to deal with table document 286-19 bracket 2, main estimates 2021-2022, and deal with the departments of infrastructure and justice. Mr. Joe.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a short break and resume with the first item. back to order. And committee, we are considering table document 286-19-2, main estimates 2021-2022, and we're continuing on with infrastructure. We are under regional operations, that is on page 250, with information items on 253. Do members have questions? Oh, sorry, I guess we need to call. Does the minister have Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses in. Yes, you do. Minister, will you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, today I have with me Deputy Minister Steve Ludit and Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations, Gary Brennan.
Thank you and welcome back. Committee, like I mentioned, we are on regional operations beginning on page 250 with information on items on page 253. Questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I know my colleague, I think from Yellowknife North, asked about this. Does the minister have any idea how much the average O&M costs are for highways? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the average on our estimates, last year we spent $75 million is an average on highways. Thank you.
Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I'll confess I don't know how many kilometers of highways we have, so does the minister have sort of some kind of figures on a cost per kilometer? Is it like, I don't know, $10 a kilometer that we pay to maintain a highway? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have, in terms of highway operations, we are responsible for maintaining the system. We have about 2,350 kilometers of all-weather roads, which includes bridges, culverts, small culverts, across the Northwest Territories. In terms of costs, Madam Chair, it varies, and I'll repeat myself from yesterday's question because it was something similar from another member, and it talked about, in all the different highways that we have across the territories, we have some that are chip seals, some that are cement, some that are just gravel roads. So it would vary in terms of costs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So maybe I'll try it again. Is there a range that the minister could give us, cost per kilometer for O&M for our highways? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll ask ADM Brennan to give a range. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so in terms of 1920, first thing I'll say is that the range changes every year depending on the amount of work done based on our inspections. So we do daily inspections of our highways, and work happens after that there. But in 2019-20, the range went from about $6,400 per kilometer on Highway 7 up to $14,000 on Highway 6, and we don't have the overall average per kilometer because we break it down by particular highways. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Bingo, I got it. Appreciate that. So I think this is the part of the budget where the Yellowknife Airport Revolving Fund is found as an information item. And I guess I'd like to know, there seems to be quite a lot of money that's built up as surplus in this fund. When can we expect that this is going to start to be spent? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understood that this was just regional operations, but Madam Chair, if you want me to go back to, you reference page 250 to 253, and the revolving fund is on page 261 to 262. Would you like, Madam Chair, for me to do all the other sections?
Sorry. We just decided yesterday, just because of the department and the info items are very large, and some of the topics in there are ones, so we'll just do the regional operations, and then we'll go into another section where you can ask questions on the information items separately. So did you want to continue on with regional operations?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, look, I'm happy to get 10 minutes on the Yellowknife Airport revolving fund, so thank you, appreciate that.
Member for Tunaday-Willowday.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at 251 and about amortization. I know that my colleague from Yellowknife don't ask this question a little bit, but I'm just curious. I know I looked in every department here in our budget here, and this is quite a bit significantly higher than any other department for this line item. And it made me think about, one, why is it so high? And I guess I'll continue with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're looking at the 2020-2021 to 2021-2022. There was an increase of $3.8 million, and it was basically an amortization adjustment, and the various highway assets that weren't pushed into service in 2019 to 2020, which contributed to a surplus of $4 million, and as the creation of the Yellowknife Airport revolving fund, where assets are now amortized, adds to the surplus. And I'm sure this question will be brought up again once we get to the Yellowknife revolving fund. So that's part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tunaday-Willowday.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And like I said, one of the things accounting is not one of my strong suits. So my understanding is this is amortization is to deal with assets being written off over time. And you always see a lot, we try to recover. I want to see if the department does try to recover that through, I know when items get decommissioned. So is that a line item shown anywhere where decommissioned equipment is being sold, and if there's any profits made from that, and where would that be in this area of the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM Brennan to answer this because I don't see it on this section of the summary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the Minister is exactly right in his definition of amortization, and I might actually steal that for future use in terms of that comment. So in terms of decommissioning of the assets, we do have a disposal policy. We have two disposal policies, actually, one for goods and one for lands. And any assets disposed through either of those policies gets recorded as revenue. So any revenue would show up on the revenue page in the main estimates. This page here is just for expenditures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tunaday-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. I actually tried to look up this policy yesterday, even just now. So right now, that disposal of goods policy is on the Department of Infrastructure website. Doesn't exist. So I'm hoping that the department can actually probably fix that and post that. And just let me know what. Just if we get an update from maybe hear back from the minister on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have we do have a policy, and I'm quite happy to share the policy with member. But it's a cabinet level policy that provides for disposal of improved real property assets that are surplus to the needs of GNWT. So we are responsible for disposal of buildings as part of this policy. So I think it's important just to state, well, actually, no, I'm not going to waste the members' time in going into quite detail on what this policy is, other than I think it's important that to be able to share that with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the response. So it sounds like then this is there, like that page not found where I try to click on that is there by design. So maybe I guess it's probably best to get rid of this then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think getting rid of it's a solution, but we can be able to have a look and share the policy. You know, I think I've shared this in the past before with some of the other members, which we have offered sale to priority of interest groups in preference. NWT public corporations get priority 1, community governments priority 2, non-for-profit organizations number 3, and general public number 4. I think yeah, and the current policies required that FMB must approve the sale of surplus if it's more than $50,000 of the appraised value property. So I'm not sure if I'm answering the member's question, other than I don't think we should get rid of such a policy, but just maybe share it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I think the member was saying that the website link is broke. There's no attachment. So, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just so all the members are aware and everybody listening, I was looking at 3 specific policy. There's the infrastructure, and to go down this rabbit hole, I didn't expect to do that, but infrastructure establishment policy, disposal of good policy, and disposal of improved real property. One of those links works and the other 2 don't, so that's, I guess, what I was trying to get at. Thank you. Other than that, I just want to ask us a couple of questions. Right now, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. Are there any further questions under regional operations? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just want to go to page 251, highway operations. I'm just wondering if any of that expenditure relates to new technology, I guess, to address any issues with our highways. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you look at the increase. I mean, there is quite a big increase in the line item from previous mains. So we are looking at a $4.6 million increase, which it's reallocation maintenance on Nuvik-Tuk Highway because the winter road is no longer needed. There's an incremental increase for highway number 8. There's also the huge part of this is the amortization adjustments for any of our highways assets. So it's a surplus due to amortization expenses, which is lower in previous years because there's a delay in capital assets being pushed into service. So there is quite a complex financial aspect in terms of how we recognize any of these assets and how we bring them into service or we bring them out of service, and that all affects the amortization, otherwise known as depreciation in my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Just take a look at utilities, and I noticed that there's an increase there. I'm just wondering, like about 2.5 million, I think. What caused, or what's the result of that number increasing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when I first became Minister of Infrastructure, I didn't realize that the department covers all utilities and all the GNWT buildings. So when it gets dark at night, you look around, you see whose lights are all open, you're like, infrastructure is paying for that. Anyways, the increase is $2.336 million. So $750,000 of that is for increased utilities for the new Stanton Hospital. The decrease is the 167,000. It's a net decrease in utilities for the Lafferty and Dule ferries, which is the remaining funding for sewer pump out fuel at the two ferry crossings, and an increase of $1.789 million for utility funding for increased electrical costs. So I've got the breakdown there. So it is basically utilities for predominantly a lot of the buildings that the GNWT is responsible for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is any of that cost, I guess, associated with, say, for instance, Snare Hydro going down and the additional cost of running off hydro here in Yellowknife? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, no, it has nothing to do with this budget item, but I do want to state that, just in general, under utilities, we have longer, colder winter seasons, which cause increased heating expenses. So there is shortfalls in the budget and increased costs as well. But no, it does not cost what the member's asking in terms of the hydro stuff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Are there any further questions from members under regional operations? Member for Deschaux.
Madam Chair, I just want to touch upon under facilities management. In the small communities, I know the outlying communities, like in Fort Providence and Fort Resolution, they have settlement maintainers. I know it's costing the department quite a bit of money every time one of the heating boilers or whatever goes down in either Fort Res or Fort Providence. The operating engineers have to come from Hay River, and we don't know if they'll come all hours of the night, most times. And I had brought this up when I was an employee in infrastructure, but it has not gotten anywhere. But I was really hoping this department would really look into providing training for those settlement maintainers at Aurora College, because every year Aurora College, sometime in May, has a 6 weeks oil heat technician training. It used to be OBM, and they're open for anybody with electrical tickets, but if not, there's specialized training that you could work in conjunction with the Housing Corporation to even put on a course for furnaces and boilers. The theory and the practical instruction that they get on site opens their eyes as to what they're really dealing with. It certainly has for me. I've worked as a housing maintainer for quite a number of years in my community, and when you go get the theory and the training, you're sitting in front of a furnace for like 4 weeks, and you're able to wire it at the end of the course. That's really something. And you learn about the boiler systems, the zone valves, and everything. It really opens your eyes to what you're really dealing with and what you can do in the communities. I don't want to drag this on any further, but I was really hoping that the department would consider helping those settlement maintainers in the communities, and let's get some training done. Must-see.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Department of Infrastructure has a lot of specialized training, including building maintainers, which are an important role in ensuring that our communities are kept going, the assets are kept going. I do want to turn this over to Deputy Minister Ludet just to expand a little bit further, and I think this is an opportunity to be able to just talk about some of the great things that we're doing with the other departments, including our friends at MACA and Housing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Ludet.
Madam Chair, in support of our preventative maintenance program, we have 14 indeterminate settlement maintainer positions that have been created in communities across the Northwest Territories. At the present time, all of the settlement maintainer positions are filled, 100% of the maintainers have priority 1 Indigenous Aboriginal status under the affirmative action policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Decho?
I think I was asking about the training component. You haven't touched upon that. Like I made a big speech of it. Good Lord, did I just waste my breath? Must-see.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for his long-winded question. I do want to add that, and maybe I answered it, and I don't know. I'll say it again. But you know, we do partner with our friends, our department, our colleagues at Municipal and Community Affairs under their training program. They have a number of training programs that are offered for recreation, for facility maintainers. And, you know, as a department, we utilize some of those training opportunities for our communities to get some of the training and the skills to be able to stay local in our communities. And I think that's important, to be able to build the capacity for building maintainers to come get the training here in the territories, finish your program and come back to your community and be able to work. And I think, you know, that's an opportunity for us to continue the partnership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's interesting to note that you do have 14 settlement maintainers spread out through the territories, and I imagine they're in the smaller communities, not in the larger centers. The larger centers, they carry the operating engineers. They're the ones that deal with all the heating appliances. And I suppose, say you were in a community like a fly-in community, maybe a Klavik, somebody would have to fly in from Inuvik that's an operating engineer, or else from Fort McFoo. I don't know if they have one there. So what I'm saying is, can we get these settlement maintainers trained up in oil heating technician that opens their eyes so that they can do basic heating appliance repairs in the dead cold of winter if need be? That's what I'm getting at. Let's get these people trained up within the department. I don't know why there's reluctance to even train. There's not much training. When I was in there myself too as a project officer, we didn't have nothing offered to us. I wanted to get, you know, to expand more my knowledge about the building systems, the exterior systems, the up-to-date stuff. You know, I couldn't get that. But anyways, I'm just arguing this one here for the settlement maintainers. If we could really look at providing that training to them, will go a long ways for savings in the department in the long run. Must see.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think that's a really good point what the member is suggesting. And, you know, it would all depend on, you know, each facility maintainer, whether that's something that they would want to work on. You know, some people just like working, building maintainers and continue what they're doing. However, to work on boilers, I do want to point out that you do need a steam ticket, which takes some work. It's not something that perhaps we offer, and I don't know this for sure, but we may not even offer some of these tickets in the Northwest Territories. And, you know, if any of the building maintainers are interested in pursuing further training, then I think it's important that they perhaps come forward, work on a career plan with the department and see if that's something they want to do. But I hear the member's concern where it is something that we can look at as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering about the utilities. I want to go back to the utilities line. When the minister was answering the question to my colleague, this is under regional operations. She was mentioning about the utilities of just over $2 million for Stanton. So why would it be in this section when it's a territorial hospital, when we're doing regional operations? I just want to ask that question.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on an annual basis, like if you look at our main estimates this year, we're estimating an increase of $35 million just towards utilities on an annual basis, and that's for pretty much all government buildings in the Northwest Territories. I'm pretty sure it is. But you look at the budget here, there is an increase, and I'm stressing the increase of 2.5, which, you know, the increase for Stanton Territorial Hospital utilities and increase for the electrical costs. So those, because Stanton's just came on board in this fiscal year, we have perhaps not budgeted in the previous years such a high increase, and that's the increase in the utilities. So it is captured under all regional operations, such as utilities and leases, and all that is captured in this area of the budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
So on page 251, also the leases, is the lease for the monthly payment or yearly payment within that lease for Stanton also?
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes. The Department of Infrastructure looks after leases as well for predominantly majority of the departments here, including, and we're looking at such a large increase this year because we're looking at the Stanton Legacy and the Child and Family Services Program. So these are lease, also the temporary student funding housing for education, culture, employment. So the increase this year is quite a bit. It's $3.4 million, I guess, for increases in those facilities. But yes, we do cover a lot of the leases, including Stanton. I think that's what the member's asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
So, Madam Chair, for clarity, the lease payments for Stanton, the main hospital, and the Legacy building that we don't own anymore are part of this lease payment in here, right? Am I correct, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The quick answer is no, but I want to have ADM Brennan to explain a little bit more on some of the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks to the Minister for her original answer. And she's right that the Stanton Legacy is included in their lease payment, and all of the leases are operated through the regions and charged to the regional budgets. The Stanton Hospital, the new building, though, I think is what the member's asking about, is not included in this budget. And I do believe it's in the Department of Finance, but I'm not entirely sure, but I know it's not in the Department of Infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Tabacha.
So, for clarity, Madam Chair, the lease payment for the Legacy building is in this budget. So what is the yearly payment for the lease for the Legacy building that we do not own anymore? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on a yearly basis for the lease for the Stanton Legacy building, we pay $1,821,000 a year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, you know, that would be fine if it was owned by a northern business. I'm very pro-business, and I believe in making sure that businesses survive in the north. But when it's paid to an outside firm, these tremendous amounts, especially when we used to own the building, that is unacceptable. And I don't know how people thought about these things, especially with the Legacy building, because we owned it and now we don't, and now we're paying that amount of lease on it. You know, the people of the Northwest Territories, we're using public funds, and that to me is very unacceptable. And it's just a comment. And I want to see what the minister has to say about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, absolutely. When I was going through some of the briefings, I mean, you know, just being 5 months in the department, looking at some of the costs that infrastructure pays on behalf of perhaps other departments, or, you know, just in general, like utilities. I just a few minutes ago stressed some of my frustration on how much we pay for utilities in some of these infrastructure buildings, but not only that, the leases, and I hear the members' concern, and you know, sometimes the decisions that were made prior to this assembly that we're just having to work with whatever decisions were made in the past, and unfortunately this is something that, you know, we need to look at further, because that is a lot of money coming out of government coffers and tax payholders. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand it's past assemblies that made these kind of decisions, and I hope that future assemblies do not make the same mistakes, especially when you're not dealing with companies that are from the Northwest Territories. And we have to stress that a northern ownership is the ultimate when it comes to public dollars. And I think that many times it's easy to grandstand on certain buildings, and red carpets are rolled out for these people that are not from the north. And when it's a northern company, we always have to cross the T's and dot the I's and everything else to have a foot in the door, and I think that is not acceptable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister, did you have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I hear the members' concern about, you know, the costs associated with this, and you know, I do have some notes, if I can share, on the Stanton Territorial Hospital Renewal Project, which is meant to accommodate growth projections within the next 30 years. So it is, members, right, a partnership between the Boreal Health and GNWT. I believe the service provider for the facility is Dexterra, and you know, there is services such as 72 long-term care bed, 18 extended care bed, and you know, there are a number of programs that are going into this building. So I'll just leave it at that, Madam Chair. I think it was a comment, but I just did want to add just a couple more notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. No more questions? Okay. Any further questions under regional operations? So I'm going to just go to the information items. So if members want to look at either page 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, right up to 265. Those are the information items. If you want to ask questions on that, members. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
At the infrastructure stuff on, yeah, I was just going to say, page 254.
Go ahead.
Specifically, I'm looking at other operations. Anytime I see other, or, you know, miscellaneous, it always kind of piques my interest. So can the minister just expand on what that line item is, speaks to? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to switch that over to ADM Brennan. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the 16.3 that the member is asking about is mostly computer hardware and software. Approximately 15.7 million is computer hardware and software, and there's some other services in there, such as a little bit of travel for 180,000, purchase services, some contract for 100,000, and just other miscellaneous items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I've heard several items kind of just were mentioned there. I'm just wondering why they are not laid out in that way and just instead of just saying other operations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan just to speak to why, things are organized in this manner, because it becomes confusing for me as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't think I have a good answer for this one other than that's the format of the main estimates that's been provided to the department, and we can bring that comment back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Trinity Willity.
Chair, and in that list I heard contracts. Can the Minister just expand on what type of contracts are in these other operations section? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without me spending too much time finding it here in all the different pages, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan if he can find it within his notes. Thank you.
Thank you, ADM Brennan.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, contract services is $100,000. Most of the work that's done by the Technology Service Center is done in-house, so this takes care of all of the basically networks, hardware, mobile devices for the GNWT, and occasionally some money is needed to consult contractors to come in and assist on some of that work there. So it's basically $100,000 that is for work that we can't do ourselves. Sometimes it's due to capacity issues, and sometimes it's for a special skill set that we don't have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Trinity Willity.
Madam Chair, and that Kaylee gives him a little more clarity. Thank you. Excuse me. And I guess the other item I looked at is other public agencies on the same page. Can the Minister just explain what other public agencies is this making reference to in this line item too? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Deputy Minister Ludit to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lutit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other public agencies are our health boards and education boards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinity Willity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just can the Minister just explain what the split is between those two categories? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Deputy Minister Ludit for that.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Lutit.
We don't have that information handy, but we can provide that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinity Willity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have nothing further.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, that was the question I was also going to ask, is where was the education internet access? So thanks to my colleague for asking that. It is my understanding we're looking at all of these back pages. Okay, thank you. My question is around the Marine Transportation Fund, Services Revolving Fund on page 259. Can the Minister explain, I'm looking at the Marine Freight Transport and Charters, the revenues section. We have nothing on estimated for revenues for charters for the upcoming year. Is that okay? Yeah, we have nothing coming for the upcoming charters. Can the Minister or the Department speak to whether we don't think we're going to be doing any charter loads this year? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I totally have the wrong package here, so I apologize for that. In that case, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan to
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. For that question, I think When the budget was done in the fall, we didn't, with COVID impacts happening there, we weren't quite sure. This past year, we had very little charters, and we didn't really budget anything for charters for this year with the uncertainty that was around business in the north, basically. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then, with that being said, and perhaps that, things are maybe not quite so drastic as they may have gone, does the department anticipate that we would see any revenues from charters in the upcoming year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm just going to take a minute or so break just to give the minister a few minutes to get her. The Premier back. All right, I'll call committee back to order. Thank you for the short little break. Just because of the way our restrictions are with not allowing so many witnesses into the chamber at once, then we've been switching out the minister or the minister's witnesses. Not all. Some of the information items may not have the right witness in here. So what Willie can do is, if it's not the right, then we can just to check to clarify with the minister first before we move along. And if you have ones that are with the minister's witnesses that are in here, then, and the minister can just get the information back to the members on their questions if it's not the right witness. How does that sound? Good? Okay, moving forward, we will continue on now. All right, so I'm going to go back to the member for Great Slave.
Okay, so I'm going to re-ask my question then. So I asked, do we anticipate we'll have any charters in the upcoming year? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Sorry. This one? Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'll pass that over to ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So with respect to charters for 21-22, we have updated some numbers since the main estimates were completed. And right now we're anticipating about $2.4 million in charter revenue next fiscal year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. Just to confirm, that being the 21-22 fiscal year, the upcoming one? Okay. So when I look at the charter costs for this, for the 2020-21, well, both actually the 2019-2020 actuals, we lose money on the charters. Is the department looking at perhaps reevaluating as part of the governance model evaluation whether or not whether or not MTS should be doing charters in the first place? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think I got some of my papers figured out here. So I want to reference that charters is the leasing of a vessel for use. So daily rates are charged for the vessel as well as personal costs. So the member did mention that we will be doing a governance review of MTS. And I think that's important to note, whether we, continue to do the work that we're doing, filling our 16 communities with transportation fuel, or do we, and what's the cost benefit, and do we make money or not in doing some of our charters? So that is part of the governance review when we're looking at some of the costs for charters and whether we do make money or not, and is it, the best use of our vessels and our time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you for that. Before I move on, I'll just make a comment that if the minister hasn't already been reached out to from a lot of charter companies that we compete with, I'm sure she will be soon. I'd like to go to Technology Service Center and just ask quickly, I'm looking at, you've got all the rates, and I apologize for jumping back and forth a bit, 254. You've got the different rate chargebacks for the different departments. It's not my belief that the COVID money or the extra cost to TSC to move everybody virtually or online would be captured here. Can the minister explain where that money would be found in the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to give this to ADM Brennan to be able to provide that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the amount that's in this on page 254 is the amount for departments currently, and the member's correct that there is nothing in here for COVID. And the TSC still supports the COVID Secretariat, but the COVID Secretariat has a separate budget for TSC-related issues, and we charge back to them directly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Great Slate.
And just to clarify that a little bit further than that, any of the money that was spent earlier on in the COVID situation, such as a year ago, March, April, to get everybody working from home, that would also be captured under COVID Secretariat costs, not infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding, it is a cost that infrastructure has taken on as part of that. I'm just going to look to ADM Brennan to just confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so thanks to the Minister. What the Minister said is mostly correct, is that in 2019-20, in March, so that was when the government decided that we should not be working from our work sites and sent everyone home. There was a lot of requirement for remote devices and support for remote devices, so lots of laptops, cell phones, etc., and getting the network ready for people to work at home. So the TSC did overspend its budget, and the Department of Infrastructure, because it is a chargeback model, had to pick up that amount, and that is the amount that you see on the bottom line there at $881,000. So the COVID Secretariat actually was approved, I think, with a budget effective August 1st, 2020. So any costs incurred by the department prior to August 1st stays within the department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, maybe the Minister could commit to providing a little bit of a summary at some point of the costs around what it did cost us as a government to move from working in offices to the virtual, in a breakdown of, say, hardware versus software type upgrades and such that were needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think that's some work that we need to put towards or put into, but I'm sure we have that information. I'm just going to confirm with Gary to answer that. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Luton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually, I think that we have some breakdown, but maybe not quite as much as the Minister wants, or the member wants, sorry. So the department has spent about $2.7 million on COVID costs. Approximately $1 million of that is for the TSC, and $675,000 is hardware and software, but I don't have the breakdown between hardware and software. But if the member would like, we could easily provide that information as well. So in summary, we've spent just over $1 million on the TSC since April 1 on COVID-related costs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a nerd. I like data. I'll take that if you don't mind providing that. That would be great. I have a question now. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit to the Petroleum Products Revolving Fund on page 257. I'd also like to make a suggestion. We make our page numbers larger going forward. So with the Petroleum Products Revolving Fund, I note that we still are carrying an accumulated deficit at the beginning of the year of $1 million. I'm just curious to know, and I always struggle with wrapping my head around this one, have we paid off the extra debt that was incurred due to the tainted fuel delivery? And if not, or if so, what is this $1 million deficit then reflecting? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was a number of changes within the fuel services, including, and if I can, the increase of 4.5, that's due to the increase in sales that is expected. Decrease of 5.2, mainly because we have some deferred maintenance on some tanks. $550,000 for fuel to Clicho. Decrease of jet fuel delivered to Nunavut Settlement Region. I think that's where the members questioning is the 550 decrease. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to turn to the Yellowknife Airport Revolving Fund. There's a significant surplus that's built up here, and I'm just wondering when we're going to start to spend it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just going to see what the big increase was, and so we do have a surplus, very true, which is the Yellowknife Airport Revolving Fund of $12 million. It's brought for fund brought various assets, however, they're owned by JNWT, so for accounting purposes only, it's just a method of disclosure. So the total accumulated surplus includes the value of the net assets transferred to the revolving fund by the JNWT. It is true, yes, we are going to start spending on things to improve lines and baggage, So the airport has a 20-year master plan, which is about to be released for a competitive procurement. So yes, we are, without wasting too much of members' time, yes, we will be spending this, but yes, we do recognize that we have a surplus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was hoping for a rather quick answer as to when we're going to start spending the money. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are currently going through a plan right now. I mean, we've got a number of work to do within committees. We've got, a lot of consultation. We've got an RFP going out to be able to look at a number of things. So, as for when, I'm looking at, right now it says some of our current projects will be doing the upgrade, airfield lighting upgrade. That's expected spring of 2021, and my list could go on, Madam Chair, but we are spending the money. And I've got, some current projects, airport drainage, capital purchases, a tractor, tow vehicle. So we are spending the money, and it is in par with some of our timelines within this revolving fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So rather than have the Minister read it off, perhaps she could provide that to me. Thanks, or to Sketty. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely. There's it's not 20 pages. It is a number of pages on different projects and upgrades, such as current projects, capital purchase. What are some of the things in queue? What are some of the upcoming potential capital needs? So yes, I can share that with the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That was a rather long yes, but so I understand that there's two advisory committees of some sort that have been set up to provide advice to the Minister, the Department about the spending of the revolving fund. Can the Minister tell me whether these two committees are actually in place? Are they, the vacancies and so on? Because there's absolutely no information whatsoever on the infrastructure website about these committees. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn that question over to Deputy Minister Ludit. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are two committees that are established. One is the EAC, the Economic Advisory Committee. That committee, we are currently in the process of restarting. Actually, this morning I was going through the terms of reference, the renewed terms of reference, and we'll be appointing membership shortly on that. The other one, the Airline Consultative Committee, is a committee just with the partners at the airport, and it is a committee that we're currently operating with. That's an internal committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, when this was being set up, There was a number of concerns and issues raised around the accountability of these two committees and whether they were really independent and whether they were going to be doing any kind of public reporting. I can't even find one word about them on the Department of Infrastructure website. I'd understood they were going to be keeping minutes, that the minutes were going to be made public somehow. There was going to be an annual report from each of the committees. There's nothing. Can the minister commit to giving us a status report on each of these two committees, who the current members are, and how they're going to try to increase accountability, transparency, and reporting from these two committees? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we can share some of that information with them. And given that we are re-looking at the committees to be able to start some of the master plan work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I've had concerns expressed to me by the City of Yellowknife and the Yellowknife's Dene First Nation that they do not have any representation on these committees. Certainly, at least the Economic Advisory Committee. I understand the other one is more the airline, the air carriers themselves. But can the minister commit to consult with or work with the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment to make sure that we have the right representation on the Economic Advisory Committee? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to, the easy answer is yes, but I do want to get Deputy Minister to explain. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had several groups have reached out to us for representation on the committee. We are looking for a good cross-section of individuals for the committee. And at this point, the composition, we would like obviously our Indigenous partners as well as people from industry and the public represented on the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, the Deputy Minister sounds a lot like me 4 years ago when this was being set up, when we made these suggestions about who should be represented on the committee. And it kind of fell on deaf ears with a previous minister in the 18th Assembly. So I guess I'll ask again, will the minister, is the minister prepared to work with the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment to look at the more appropriate composition of this committee and how they can report publicly and better engage the public in general? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we've engaged with Cabinet on this and provided a presentation to committee, and we want to get input. I'm not going to sit here today and commit to who's going to be on the committee, but we will have that conversation with committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's great. That's exactly what I was looking for. So appreciate that commitment from the minister. And that's, I think, all I've got on this one. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members, we were going to take a short recess. I will call this meeting back to order, committee, and we are going to continue on with member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I want to turn to page 259, Marine Transportation Services. And I guess in revenues, marine freight transport, I just want to understand, I guess, what that entails. Does that deck freight and fuel, some of it difference in private GNWT? So what's that number made up of? Thank you.
Thank you, member Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can ask, what was the title again? Sorry.
259, Marine Transportation Service Revolving Fund.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So in 2007, the Marine Transportation Services was established. It was an amendment of the Revolving Funds Act, which MTS is a mechanism under which the GNWT, the tug and barge shipping arm operates. So MTS commenced the operations July 1st, 2017. And if Deputy Minister or ADM Brennan would like to speak a little more into detail as to what that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so in addition to what the Minister said, I can confirm that the marine freight transport is the transport of fuel and that cargo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ADM. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what's the breakdown, I guess, the revenue there between freight, deck freight and fuel? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under the expenditures for the fuel services is estimated at $23,500,000, and the shipyard terminal operations is 8.7. The fuel is predominantly majority of the budget for this revolving fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess what I was asking is the revenues under marine freight transport, like the $27 million, how much of that is for received for providing deck freight services, and how much is received for fuel deliveries? And also, if they have the numbers for private fuel deliveries versus for GNWT's own use. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, all I have with me today is just the information on some of the main estimates on previous years and how we decreased some of our funds and increased, but I'm going to turn it over to ADM Brennan to speak a little bit more in detail for cost breakdown. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of the first question that I heard, I think for the $27 million, approximately $5.4 million is related to cargo, $13.8 million is related to fuel delivery, and an additional $7 million is fuel sales. And the fuel sales is an item where we ship fuel on behalf of Imperial Oil to Norman Wells. So we essentially take possession of the fuel in Hay River and sell it back to Imperial Oil in Norman Wells. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now just moving down to shipyard, $3.4 million. What makes up that revenue? Is it work on other vessels or supply and material? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, some of the shipyard and terminal operations were based on a consulting plan, Ernst & Young business plan, and was drafted prior to purchase. So some of the revised amounts was reduced to reflect some of the actual work underway and completed. I know I'm not answering the member's question right now because he wants a little more detail as in terms of costs. And I'm going to get ADM Brennan to answer a little more into detail.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so just to confirm, add to what the minister added, was that shipyard costs are essentially third-party work that we do in the shipyard. So we currently do work on Coast Guard vessels, and we charge back on for that work, and we also do work for the Arctic Research Foundation vessel, the Nahidik. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under other items, there's $10 million there, and that's about 25% of the revenue. What is that? What makes up that $10 million? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member or Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that revenue line consists of some of our federal funding to be able to retrofit our tugboats, and the other part is the Ocean Protection Plan, which is to be able to provide for 4 double-hulled barges. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going down to expenditures and shipyard terminal operations, the $8.7 million, what makes up that $8.7 million? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Brennan to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The shipyard terminal operations are essentially the cost of both salaries and materials that are used in the actual shipyard. So when we do work on vessels, we charge time and materials to each vessel. So that would be the cost that we incur to do the shipyard work for the revenue that's generated above. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the labor costs, I guess, charged for shipyard personnel by ORSI, is that included in that number? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it is included in that number.
Thank you. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's always been, I guess, a concern of mine is that, we are, hiring southern firms to basically, crew our shipyard terminals and our boats. And I guess I'm just wondering if the department, I know they put the contract out, and I think it's only out, I think it's a year. I'm not sure if there's any option years in it, but maybe the minister can comment on going forward on crewing both the shipyard and the vessels. If we're looking at a contract coming out or it being tendered in a year from now, or are they going to go to option years? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are, we're within the Marine Transportation Services, we are trying to maximize local and northern employment within the department. We do have 10 indeterminate GNWT employees that reside in the South Slave. Through MTS recruitment, first priority for employment resides with resident locals, residents of NWT, and third non-residents. So we do have a number of local employment. I mean, as the member is aware, that the majority of our transportation headquarters is in Hay River. I do want to note that about 90% of our shipyard staff hired were Northwest Territories residents last year. In terms of the contract, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan to speak a little bit more on where we're at with our contract. And I just recently understood we had it tendered and closed, but I would just like more detail from ADM. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So thanks, the Minister, for that information. And in terms of the contract for Orsi, this year what the department decided to do was to split the contract into two separate contracts. So previously it was one contract for both the shipyard personnel and the seafarers. This year that contract was split to give an opportunity for more people to bid on both contracts. I do believe that the shipyard one was awarded recently to the winning bid, and the seafarers contract, the RFP closed last week, I do believe, and has not been awarded as of now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Okay, and just for the member, if you want to ask more questions on NTS, we go back to programs and services later on, and it's all under that too. So, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, earlier today, the Minister and her staff were talking about the money spent under the Technology Service Centre since April 1st related to COVID, and the total number was $1 million, and under that was an amount for software, and I'm just wondering if they can repeat that because I didn't have time to write it down. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to look at the ADM Brennan to see if if he can repeat his answer from earlier, because I'm sorry, I was looking through my papers and I missed that as well.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I'm actually going to repeat and I think correct the number I said earlier because I read the wrong number last time. So thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, so the numbers last time was just over $1 million, I think around $1.1 million spent on the TSC, and $925,000 is for hardware and software. I think previously I said $670,000. But I do not have the breakdown between software and hardware at this time, but I think we've already committed to provide that to the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One of the things that I'm wondering if could be included in that is one of the things that I think a lot of us have noticed since April 1st is that we have used quite a few different virtual meeting softwares or virtual meeting technologies, and so I'm wondering if those numbers for virtual meeting software can also be broken out of that software and hardware number. And then also I'm wondering if I can get a commitment as well from the Minister to review the different licenses for virtual meeting technology and maybe work with the GNWT departments in the Legislative Assembly to choose a platform and stick with a platform, and then we can potentially save some money on how many different virtual meeting softwares that we're using across the GNWT. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that was a lot of commitments in that request there. I'm not going to sit here and commit to something big unless we have looking at some of our software and costs, and to be able to ensure that if we do make a commitment that is cost saving and it works within all our technology services across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One of the commitments I was looking for was a commitment to include the cost of the virtual meeting software in the cost for software that's coming back to committee. So I'll start with that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm glancing over at Minister of Finance because, we do share some of the technology infrastructure in terms of broadband, internet, some of the services we do have. So without committing to something in specific, I would like to reach out to to the other departments within the GNWT to have a look at, what are some of the things that are working within education, culture, and employment, within Department of Finance, and other departments to ensure that, if we do look at something permanent, that we'd have done a lot of our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll take that as a commitment to my second question, my second request for a commitment, which was to work with other departments to figure out which meeting technology we can use as the government. So thank you for that. My next question is in regards to Public Stores Revolving Fund. So the Public Stores Revolving Fund deals with accounting forms, vital statistics, court documents, et cetera, that are used for different government departments. So it allows them to have a space, I believe, that they fund all these needs, and then different departments can take it from there. And so my question is there an intent to move PPE and safety items to this Public Stores Revolving Fund so that different departments can access PPE as a group from this fund, or does it only include intellectual items? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was very technical in terms of, what the member's asking for seems pretty technical, and I'd have to kind of get a little more understanding on what that is. However, I do want to note that there is one Public Stores Revolving Fund at the warehouse. It consists mainly of forms used by government departments and to be used a lot when the government was paper-based. In terms of where we're going forward with to be able to look at new technologies for the fund, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan to elaborate a little more about the fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of the Public Stores Revolving Fund, that actually was discussed last year, I'm not quite sure when anymore, regarding the ability of the Public Stores Revolving Fund to, hold the PPE. And one of the challenges that we ran into was actually with because the warehouse in Yellowknife, currently where most of the things for the Public Stores Revolving Fund are stored, has also stores artifacts for the museum. And the hand sanitizers that we see all over town these days are considered a flammable liquid, so there's some volume issues there that we need to look into. At the time, because we were trying to bring in a lot of hand sanitizers to ship all across the territory, it was decided that wasn't the right time at that point in time. So that is certainly one logistical challenge that we would face. In terms of your masks and gloves, certainly I think that's something that the department could look into. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Assistant Deputy Minister for that. I think that's a worthwhile commitment and potentially an area where the GNWT can come together and save some money by consolidating that. So I really appreciate that. My next question is in regards to the Yellowknife Airport Revolving Fund, and I just noted that the airport improvement fee has come down, of course, with people not traveling because of COVID and the recommendation from the Chief Public Health Officer. But I noticed that the aeronautical revenues appear to have come down by half. However, the airport improvement fee has come down a lot less than half. And so I'm just wondering how they got to the airport improvement fee numbers, given that people aren't planning to travel still for 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the variance in looking at the budget on page 261, where we look at the aeronautical line, I do want to note that the variance of 3.388 million is due to COVID and the economic stimulus package that GNWT offered for airlines. Yellowknife Airport did not collect lease, concession, or landing fees for a portion of the year, which the member is fully aware of. The fees will resume for this fiscal year. There was a decrease of $6.285 million, and it was offered for airlines. The Yellowknife Airport did not collect lease, concession, or landing fees for 9 months. Another decrease of $480,000, which again the Yellowknife Airport did not collect lease, concession, or landing fees for the month of March. So that's the difference in the revenues in terms of the aeronautical. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm wondering if the Minister confirm if the airport improvement fee is solely collected from the cost of tickets by air travelers, or if there are other avenues for money to get into the airport improvement fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM Brennan to speak about the details. Thank you.
Thank you, ADM Brennan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the answer is yes, the money is collected through tickets. We enter into agreements with each air carrier who collect the fee at the time of sale of their own plane tickets, and then they remit to us after the plane actually moves, I guess. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that clarification. And my first point was that I don't know how this is going to increase as substantially as it's shown here between 2021 revised estimates and 2021-2022, when there's still a recommendation not to travel for this year. And so my concern is that I feel this revenue is actually quite high, given that we don't have a lot of people coming in and out of the territory. So that was my concern there. And I appreciate what the minister said about like the waiving of fees and such. And so my next question is there an intention of the Department of Infrastructure to increase the airport improvement fee in the next couple of years? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that is not the intent of the department to increase any fees at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Members, if there are no further questions, I'm just going to go back to page 251. Infrastructure, Regional Operations, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022. Main estimates $218,101,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, can you please escort the new witness into the chamber? Would the minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to not reintroduce again, but I have Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations, Gary Brennan. I also have with me Assistant Deputy Minister for Energy and Strategic Initiatives, Robert Jenkins.
Welcome. All right. So, committee, we are on page 242, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, beginning with information items up to 246. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 244, And the Low Carbon Leadership Economy Fund, I believe this is actually a federal money that flows in, which I'm happy to see. But can I just get an explanation of, there's 3 subheadings, and I noticed there was an uptick in the revised main estimates. Can someone just refresh my memory as to what those were? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll turn this over to ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so in 2019-20, the department wasn't able to spend all of its appropriation for Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund, and we requested $4.5 million for supplementary appropriation in this fiscal year. So the difference that you're looking at is that $4.588 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, okay, I now recall that supplemental appropriation, and I believe the feds kind of agreed to us carrying that funding forward. Can I just get some confirmation that the remaining approximately $7 million under this fund that we're getting this fiscal, where we will be on track to get it spent on time? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's normally the intent of having these on the books, is to be able to hope to get them spent. For me to commit to spending them is another thing, but I will turn to ADM Jenkins to be able to provide just a little more information on our intent on how we want to get this spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is 4 years of federal funding, so $31.2 million in total. That funding is to fund projects and initiatives that reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the NWT. We've got 6 approved initiatives there. We've got energy retrofits of public housing, energy retrofits of marine transportation vessels and ferries, the government GHG grant fund, the buildings and industrial GHG grant fund. We're also providing an incremental expansion of Arctic Energy Alliance programs and services. And we also have the active carbon sequestration in forestry, which is being led by ENR. So we've got 6 initiatives there that we're advancing, and we hope to be able to utilize funds that have been received from the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I made this comment during the supplementary appropriation. I recognize sometimes that getting money out of the feds can come with, different kind of contribution agreements that can be complicated, but let's make sure we spend all this $7.5 million and the department's not coming back with a sup saying they have not spent it again. I think this actually might be a bit of an asset management question, but it will lead into energy efficiency. Can I get an update of where we are with the new version of the GNWT Good Building Practices? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn this over to ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a second, please, if we could. We're just getting the information on this one. Thank you, Madam Chair. So all our facilities, they are designed and constructed to Canadian National Codes and Standards. We do maintain the Good Building Practice for Northern Facilities Manual, and that's a technical resource for designers and developers to design facilities specifically for northern conditions. We do plan to release a 4th edition this year. We are in the final stage of edits, and this is something that should be ready to go imminently, hopefully within the next month or so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I really look forward to seeing that and have the department releasing it. I've made this comment before, though, that it's essential, I think, to a lot of the work that MACA is doing and looking at a potential Building Standards Act. And a lot of our municipalities actually lean on our good building practices for how they design their own buildings. this is the area where we have biomass energy funding as well as a number of biomass projects. And I know we've taken them on in different capacities, and it can be hard to kind of pinpoint, how efficient they are. But do we have any kind of numbers on what switching our buildings to biomass results in cost savings? Do we have any of those figures in general or specific? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to find it here. Actually, I'm going to get Deputy Minister or Assistant Deputy Minister Brennan to speak about, some of the cost savings, because I'm looking at expenditures and I don't know what the cost savings would be, and I'm hoping he can help me. Thank you.
ADM Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with respect to biomass, I think there's a couple different programs that we run, and but in 2019-20 with biomass, it was a utility savings of about 1.8 million. But I would add that we also have the capital asset retrofit fund as well, which on their capital estimates we use for energy retrofits of buildings, not just biomass boilers. And currently, I do believe we're saving $2.8 million per year, and total under that program is now just about $20 million that we saved through those programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I heard the minister talking about the fact that the Department of Infrastructure pays all of the GNWT's utilities, which I think is somewhere in the ballpark of $60 million a year we pay in utility costs. So it's a lot, and I know the department has a bit of a goal here in increasing energy efficiency. So every time we can do that, I think it's a win-win-win for everyone. Can I get some clarification on, I've asked the minister questions district heating before. I've asked them both as her role in infrastructure and her role as the Power Corp. Where should I ask those questions? Is this the department or unit that would be responsible for district heating? I know they're responsible for biomass, so would this be the correct place? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn this over to Assistant Deputy Minister Robert Jenkins. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, in terms of district heating systems, so we do have several programs, again, with the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions that would apply to district heating systems. So, for projects outside of the GNWT, we do offer application-based grants under the GHG grant program for projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including district heating systems. We offer 25% for individuals and businesses and 75% grants for governments and communities to undertake for eligible projects. And obviously, we encourage and would welcome people to apply. We also, as we go through each building, when there's new work planned or new buildings built, we obviously look at heating systems to try to improve energy efficiency, but also to make sure that we maximize and utilize our funds in the best manner possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with a comment in that, if I think it's Greenland has 16 of its communities on district heating. And I don't just mean some of their buildings, I mean their entire communities are on district heating systems. And they've seen cost savings of 30%. And so when I repeat that, almost $60 million a year we pay in utilities, and we know there's a proven method to reduce utility costs. I cannot speak highly enough about biomass and district heating. I'm going to leave that as a comment and sneak one more in. Where are we at with the business case for Tulston? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get Deputy Minister Jenkins to just elaborate on where we're at with this. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with respect to the Tulston project, We are working with a number of Indigenous partners right now. The business case, obviously, a very important aspect of this as we move forward, and something that we need to do and get right. We have some materials prepared. We're having conversations with our Indigenous partners. We will have some conversations with our Indigenous partners, and we hope that this is a document that we will have available that could be probably in the first quarter of this fiscal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just looking at this page. We have Arctic Energy Alliance as its own line item as well. Then they are funded under some other pots of funding, including or contributions are made to them, including under the Community Government Retrofits and the Community Renewable Energy Program. Can the Minister or the Department speak to the capacity or ability for Arctic Energy Alliance to carry out all of their work? How is the department working with them to ensure the staffing is adequate and that we're not putting all this money into an organization that perhaps maybe can't carry out everything that needs to be done? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Arctic Energy Alliance, as the members aware, is a non-for-profit society that to be able to reduce costs of environmental impacts, energy and utility services. They have, right now the Arctic Energy Alliance annual funding is about 2.74 million. We do have, we work closely on partnering with the Alliance to be able to help us to enhance some of our energy efficient programs that provide us with to meet some of our goals. I mean, they are non-for-profit. I mean, we work in partnership with them. I'm going to get Assistant Deputy Minister Jenkins to just speak a little bit more in detail on how we're accomplishing that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Assistant Deputy Minister Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, the Minister outlined sort of the AEA. They're a public-facing, non-for-profit organization that promotes energy programs and services to residents and businesses and communities across the territory. The programs and services that they provide are central to helping us meet our goals and objectives under the energy strategy. They did receive about $2.74 million in core funding and just over $3.5 million in supplemental funding to the AEA. They did utilize over $5.9 million in funds last year, and this resulted in a number of things: over 1,200 energy efficiency rebates, 120 home energy efficiency kits that were distributed, 150 home energy audits. There were 54 community wood stoves installed and an additional 66 delivered to communities. A number of programs there, energy rebates for solar panels, wood pellet heating, and there were a number of benefits, an estimated $1.3 million per year in savings in energy related costs. And so they're a key partner for us, and they are delivering on the funds that are provided to them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the two definitions of what our Arctic Energy Alliance is. Perhaps next time we could just keep the answer a little bit shorter because I only get so much time. I guess the reason I was asking the question is I do want to know if the Minister has explored looking at a training program through Arctic Energy Alliance to help increase the capacity of the non-governmental organization in order to be able to expand or continue to implement their programming better. I know that they have quite a good group of technical experts at the Alliance. However, it seems that they at times do have a lot of work on their plate. We have a lot of money invested in them, and this seems like a great way we could be training Indigenous community workers to do audits, to take up some of the technical aspect of the work and create employment that way. So the reason I was asking about that is that I just want to know if the department is helping the Alliance to, I guess, basically disseminate their information and use them almost as a training program for local and Indigenous employment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think that's a great idea. However, because they are at arm's length from the department, we would have to go back and, have that discussion with them, because I think that's a great idea. Some of the work that they're doing here in the territories to be able to reduce, reliance on services is excellent. So, it is something I can go back to the department and work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to hear that the Minister is interested in that, and I'd be happy to discuss it with her further at a break at some point. My next question has to do with, there are 3 items that are lapsing, or there isn't funding for the upcoming or the last year, that are in the 2019-2020 actuals. This would be the Toledo Solar Project, the Arctic Research Foundation money, and the Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative. It is my understanding that these are all would be federal funding pots that we no longer have access to. I know I'm speaking fast, sorry, interpreters. That we no longer have access to, yet they are all great projects. And so I'm just curious to know if the Minister can speak to, can we expect to be getting more funding like these in the future? And then I have a specific question about the adaptation initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Toledo Solar Project was, again, a one-time contribution agreement. It was for design, engineering, purchasing, also installing some solar systems in the community. And, I believe that project is done, and therefore it's no longer on our books. And I think what the member's really asking is there opportunities to not only just do this in one community, but perhaps expand out to some of the other communities and look at projects. I want to say that, there are some exciting projects that, without the government's help, we have Indigenous group, we have non-for-profit societies really looking at going over and above and doing some of this work themselves, so we commend them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly to go back to the Arctic Energy Alliance information that was provided by the ADM, if we could perhaps get some of that in writing. It was really quite quick, so I would like to hear sort of how the number of audits they've done, that kind of thing, and I probably have that information somewhere and just not at my hands. So thank you for that. My specific question is around the Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative, which had to do with work at the ITH, the Inuvik-Tutuck Highway. It was a study that was, or a contribution to the University of Manitoba to look at stability of the highway embankments. I'm just wondering, what came out of that study? Was there anything identified as being very critical from an infrastructure or rehabilitation perspective that we need to be addressing? And is there any way to go after funding tied to this study? So basically taking the study to the federal government and saying, this is what the university has found, can we get money to address these issues, if there are issues? Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, long.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the National Transportation Adaptation Initiative, and the member speaking specifically about a project that happened along the Inuvik-Tutuck Highway that I don't believe we've received a report on that yet, but does any of the ADMs? ADM Brennan, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the NTAI funding was a 2-year program funded by Transport Canada, and it was for work along the ITH. Part of that funding was for the University of Manitoba. Again, that was a 2-year agreement with them, similar to the 2-year funding that we had. They have not provided their report yet. I think it's actually due by middle of March, I'll say. We have to report on it by March 31st. I know it's due next month. The other part of that funding, though, is we're doing some other work with the NTGS, the North Territories Geological Survey, and they also provide a report to us as well along the other parts of the highway. So the University of Manitoba set up a test section during the construction of the ITH, and they've been studying that section since the highway went into started construction 8 years ago, I'll say. So the NTAI has not put a call out for additional funding, but we're hopeful that they will come back out for more funding, because we do want to continue to study the impacts that they're having on the embankment, especially the University of Manitoba on the deep field section that the member is aware of there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I actually had a lot of opportunity to see some of the work that the universities and such, and there's quite a bit of research work being done along the ITH, so I just want to continue to encourage the Minister to use that work to leverage funding as well from the federal government, because it doesn't always necessarily, maybe we can get our road repaired if we train a bunch of students to do it, right? And they come up with some innovative way of fixing it. So I urge the Minister to be creative when she looks at that type of work. And then I guess my last question is just going to be around the Arctic Research Foundation, which is the money that was given to do the bathymetric conditions on Great Slave Lake with the boat, and I'm not going to get the boat's name right, but I have mentioned this before. The boat, I got a chance to tour it in MTS, and it's pretty fantastic. Again, to me, this seems to be the way forward ahead of our Polytechnic University. I think this is an area where we can start our knowledge economy if we continue to fund this more. So maybe the Minister can speak to, while there's no budget in this for this particular line item, is there any area in which she's looking to move funding to perhaps utilize the boat, get more students out there, and do some sort of educational piece with her department? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as the member spoke about the NAHIDIC and the opportunity I had to be able to go on the board with some of the youth that spent some time out on the Great Slave Lake and have a look at some of the options for the Tulston Hydro. And, you know, it is a great opportunity, and the youth were very excited about that. And I think what the member's asking is if there's opportunity then perhaps going forward to be able to look at to some of the opportunities. We are working with ENR to be able to discuss possibility for collaboration. So there is still a lot of work to do in terms of ensuring that the lines are lined up properly and done in a safe manner. And we're still looking at options for the Tulston. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I think that's great news what the Minister was just talking about with the member for Great Slave in regards to the Arctic Research Foundation, and I think that it is definitely worth exploring and continuing on down that road, and so I'm very happy to hear about that. I'm wondering how many summer students, and in that same vein, how many summer students and interns are funded within this area and this division within the Department of Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have within energy and infrastructure, and I don't even think this is summer students, so I'm just going to put that paper away and look to the Assistant Deputy Minister for Energy and Strategic Initiatives, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister mentioned, we did have the NAHIDIC do some work, bathymetric work, so what's the water depths and subsurface conditions for routing, looking at routing options for the Tulston project. But we did have, there were associated with that vessel 20 Northern hires. There was a Northern Leadership Program that had 17 Northern students and 5 Northern youth leaders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, that's amazing news, and that's really great. And I think that opportunities for summer students and interns, as well as Northern hires within different areas of energy and strategic initiatives is such a commendable investment, especially when students can, you know, if they're coming back from university, if they're going to small communities, energy and strategic initiatives, infrastructure initiatives is something that every community needs. And so, no, congratulations to the Department of Infrastructure for that one, and I encourage them to continue that year after year. My next question is in regards to the 2030 energy goals for the Department of Infrastructure. And I noticed here that there is a $5.3 million decrease in their energy line. And one of the strategic goals that they had identified, and another one that I know that I hear about frequently from the people that I serve, is the cost of electricity in the Northwest Territories. And so I'm wondering, with that decrease to that line item, does the Department of Infrastructure feel that they can achieve their strategic goals with energy this year? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, within the 2030 strategic plan, we do have action plan within the bigger plan. So within that time, we're able to look at some of our milestones and to be able to determine whether we're achieving it as the time goes on, and if and where we make adjustments. So I mean, although the 2030 strategy is a bigger picture, we try and look at some of the ways where we can enhance and have a look at some targets so that we can determine if we're meeting our standards, and if we're not, what do we need to do better, and how do we reinforce some of our capacity to ensure that we are in line with where we need to be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question was, does the minister feel that they will reach this year's goals? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm hoping so, but I'm just going to get ADM Jenkins just to confirm, because I mean, I looked at some of the targets and they look pretty good to me, but I mean, who am I to determine all the little bits of it? So I'm going to get Jenkins. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand that the reduction is a $4 to $5 million in SUP in 2021 that comes off the budget in 21-22. But in terms of the work that we're doing and the objectives of the energy strategy, we do feel we're on track. We rolled out a number of new greenhouse gas grant programs to support alternative energy. We've doubled AEA funding. And again, we're working on a number of larger energy projects, hydropower and transmission lines, and hope to move those forward. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The one last thing that I just wanted to say quickly to the Minister is that I really appreciate the ongoing support of the Department of Infrastructure for Students Against Drinking and Driving. That's been an annual contribution of theirs, and I think it's a worthwhile cause, and I appreciate the Minister continuing to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister, did you have any further comments?
Welcome. You're welcome.
Any further comments or questions under this for Cam Lake? Nope. Okay. So committee, then we will take a break and resume with Mr. Bonrouche from Dejo. Committee of the Whole back to order. We are continuing on energy and strategic initiatives on page 243. And member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'd like to touch on what I notice in the main estimates. There's Arctic Energy Alliance is getting $1.6 million, and the biomass energy is only getting $200,000. I know government, from what I'm hearing and everything, is we're getting pretty heavy on getting away from the greenhouse gas or lowering our greenhouse gas emissions overall. And it's not going to come overnight, but there was plans to get to bring those levels down overall. And we spent considerable amount of resources, lots of money, on fuels, whether it be diesel fuels or liquid natural gas, propane. And the future looks like, we're looking at biomass, whether it be wood pellets, wood chips, or briquettes. I think briquettes are a common commodity. I think in Europe they're changing over from pellets to briquettes. And there's even a market where you can harvest willows to make your fuels. I'm not the expert in there, but I'm just really wondering how serious we are as a government to looking at the biomass energy, because when you're only spending $200,000, I don't know what that's doing, but we don't even have research and development area within infrastructure to really look at this. And we should have a line item for that. I'm just wondering if I could get the energy guy to give me some insight into this. Masi.
Thank you, member for Decho. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Government of Northwest Territories has delivered a number of biomass projects to help reduce some of the greenhouse gas emissions and also operating costs. So the use of wood pellets, wood pellet boilers have proven to be a reliable technology in the Northwest Territories, and residents, as well as businesses and local governments, have all benefited from this success. So I do want to ensure the member that, yes, the government is serious about, using when and where we can more biomass heating. So the use of this is considered for all JWT facilities that are being constructed. So yes, we are looking at it at any new builds that the government is looking at constructing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Merci to the Minister for that. But I think she missed the mark here in what I was, the gist of my statement. As I'm aware of what the government is doing, I see it. I worked in infrastructure. I know what you've been doing. Any new government buildings, you're converting. And you're converting just government buildings, only government stuff. I'm looking at a big picture here. And I said it, where's our research and development to harness biomass energy and use throughout the Northwest Territories? That's why I asked if there was if the energy guy, Robert, could provide us what they see in this field. Merci.
Member, just remember to direct your questions to me and the I'll direct it to the minister. Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we were looking at this budget here, and the title is Grants, Contribution and Transfers. You look at that line item that the member is speaking of, and it's 200,000 in biomass energy. And I do want to point out that is specific for specific 200,000 that's given to Arctic Energy Alliance in order to support biomass in homes. Just that project. This area in the budget speaks of grants, contribution, transfers. That's what the department's transferring. So that's what that line item is. And once we get into some of the other, perhaps we maybe even past asset management, where we talk a little bit more about what we're doing in terms of some biomass project incorporating into our new infrastructure build, perhaps we can speak about it then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Deschaux?
Merci, Madam Chair. I've gone past what's there. I was asking a question. Well, how serious are we as a GNWT government to look at harnessing biomass energy or the Northwest Territories moving forward to get rid of the greenhouse gas emissions? Because like I was saying, we spend considerable amount of financial resources buying fuels. We're paying in fuels. You know, are we going to get serious about reducing greenhouse gas emissions? So where do we have a line item within infrastructure, the Energy and Strategic Initiatives Energy Department that shows research and development? And are we going to be serious and start putting our thoughts and our energy into that? Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's, I said in answering the first question that we are serious about biomass. And we're serious because we're looking at new infrastructure build and how we can incorporate biomass into new buildings. But I think I will direct my ADM to speak a bit more about some of the projects directly related to some of the biomass projects that's happening within our infrastructure. Go ahead, ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a lot of work going on in terms of biomass energy. So the minister correctly identified the 200,000 that's going to Arctic Energy Alliance. Again, wood pellet boilers, a reliable technology that we're looking to advance. We have a number of projects underway. The GNWT has installed 39 biomass boilers, 3 of which are under commercial arrangements, so quite a bit of work done there. We have 2 programs, the Government Greenhouse Gas Fund and the Buildings and Industry Grant Fund, which again are application-based by individuals, businesses, or governments, other levels of government, that could include district heating. And that is under the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund. There's funds there available for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Deschaux.
Let's see, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering because I know what you're just listing what you currently have. I'm looking for a research and development section of everything so that we look at biomass seriously. And it should be a separate report saying, hey, this is where what we're looking at, and the different types of biomass energy. Because I have a problem with just keeping it within infrastructure, because the NWT Housing Corporation needs help to address harnessing biomass energy in our communities up and down the valley. It went from 2,400 units to 2,600 units, and I heard now there was 2,900 units. And hooking them up to like a district heating systems that we've been talking about, and I think I threw this out when I first got here. We need to see ways that we can save on our heating energy costs using biomass that the government realizes in the long run significant savings, which we can pass back on to the consumers through a cost of living. And this has got to hit the Northland Utilities Power Company and the Northern Transportation, or NTPC power companies. Why don't they incorporate biomass instead of just burning up diesel year after year after year? Has anybody talked to them? But even the Housing Corp we need that crossover so that we got the Energy Department working with all these groups here and really taking a serious look moving forward. We need to be serious about this and do it. I don't want to hear about, oh, we got more projects here and there and there. Where's the research and development department to get us where we need to go? Masi.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister, did you have any response to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I hear where the member's coming from. Right now, within our current Department of Infrastructure, we do not have a research and development embedded in any of our energy budget. This is perhaps something we could look at going forward to be able to ensure that we have cost savings in all our energy within the territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, the 12.339 million, what percentage of those funds would actually stay in Yellowknife versus go out to projects in the communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the variety of grants, contribution, and transfers. It is quite diverse. Predominantly, majority of these should stay within, if not all of them, should stay within the Northwest Territories. But I'll just get ADM Brennan to give it it's a hard question. I don't know. It's not something we've looked at, but I'll let him give it a shot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I need the member to repeat the question. I never heard the full question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member, can you repeat your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we're looking at total contributions of 12.388 million, and I'm just wondering what percentage of that amount stays in Yellowknife for Yellowknife type project, for Yellowknife projects, versus what ends up in the communities for support to the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we have that number available with us today, but most of these programs are application-based programs, so the actual amount that paid every year would depend on the applicants that would receive. If you look at the Community Access Program, for example, I think that normally 100% of that money is outside of Yellowknife. But the other programs, we would have to go back to our funded agencies such as AEA to get a list of the people of where it went. So we definitely don't have it here with us tonight, though, so my apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd like to see those, see where that distribution is, because, you know, when you go outside Yellowknife here and pretty well predominantly First Nations, Indigenous communities, and I just want to see, you know, what the buy-in is in those communities, and you know, the understanding as well of you know, of these programs, and if they actually know they're available. I guess the other thing is what I'd like to know as well is you know, we you know, I've got no problem with energy and strategic initiatives. I think we have to, you know, we have to look down the road, and as much as I'm an oil and gas guy, I realize I have to you know, adapt and change. And so I would like to know, I guess, what have we looked at, what the cost savings, I guess, or are we getting value for our dollar by switching over to alternate type of energies in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, within our bigger strategy of the strategic 2030 Energy Strategic and Action Plan, I think within there we have targets, and within our targets we're able to kind of match where we're at every couple years to be able to see if we're on target. And I'm just going to see if ADM Jenkins want to elaborate a little bit more in terms of his views on whether or not we're doing any savings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the one that we have right in front of us that we could provide this evening is some of the savings associated with some of the biomass energy initiatives that we have ongoing. And so in 2019-20, there was a utility savings of 1.85 million. And that was based on the use of using 7,400 tons of wood pellets. And in essence, we're displacing diesel. And these projects displaced almost 4 million liters of diesel. And ultimately, we're working towards reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, reduced just over 10,500 tons of greenhouse gas emission reductions. I think that's the one that we have here at hand that we can provide tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question I have now is, for smaller communities, I'm just wondering if, you know, if the research is being done to see the cost savings in the smaller communities as well. Because I know that, you know, we look at the Housing Corporation and we say, oh, well, they should, sometimes upgrade their houses, make them airtight and all this. Well, that causes mold problems and causes a whole bunch of things which we pay for down the road, and then there's really no cost savings. So I just want to make sure that, you know, what we're doing here isn't creating more problems that will cost us in the end anyway. So, Minister can comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take that as a comment.
Thank you. Any further questions, Member for Hay River?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, well, the 12.38 million, the government does, has changed over, some of their energy requirements to biomass, and how much of that cost, or does any of it come out of this 12.38 million? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The short answer is no. But I will get ADM Brennan to be able to talk a little bit more about why it's a no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the money that we save by putting in biomass boilers basically just frees up money in the budgets for other GNWT initiatives. This money here is funding that the department provides to various agencies or applicants for taking on their own initiatives. So no, there's no money, no savings in this number, 12.38 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, this 12.388 million goes towards projects that are accessed probably mainly by residents and businesses, private businesses. Is that correct? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you look along the list of the contributions, it varies. You look at one example of the Community Access Program where it's proposal-based, and we put requests for proposals out twice a year. We get applicants, and we go through the department to be able to determine, deliver that type of funding. You look at the Arctic Energy Alliance, where we provide direct funding to the Arctic Energy Alliance Coalition, and they determine that. So it quite varies. Looking down the line, I want to say it's quite a mix of both providing either just contributions or perhaps just transferring some money or grants. So I'm not sure if the members wanting to go into each 2, 4, 6, 8, 20 of them or whatever and determine what is grants, contribution, or transfers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's fine. I guess I can look at it. If I have further questions, I can ask the Minister at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yep, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll try to break this down to something more regional, and then I'll probably speak to something a little more broader in terms of globally. But I'll just start just looking at page 244, just as a whole. I circled a few items that were sunsetted, Arctic Research Foundation, Tulia Solar Project, and one that's understandably that was sunsetted was for that Tuck Highway study, the Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative. But then, looking at this, it just seems like we're like, in terms of research and development outside of Yellowknife, it just kind of all stopped. And I guess my first question to the Minister is, and I don't want to sound anti-Yellowknife here, but I want to see how much of all these line items on page 244 are based in Yellowknife. How much percentage of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't know if I have that level of detail on whether or not. I'm assuming that, pick on Arctic Energy Alliance. Most of the regions have a Arctic Energy Alliance office that does their own work. I'm looking to ADM Brennan to see if he wants to take a look at this to be able to determine. I'm pretty sure majority of the lists on the contributions are either administered by a department in Yellowknife, or perhaps maybe some of them are delivered at a community level. I'll just see if ADM wants to just try and answer that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we definitely don't have a list of how much of this money will be spent outside of Yellowknife, partially because, again, it's an application-based program and we don't know where the applications are going to come from. About half of this money, $6.2 million, is for the Arctic Energy Alliance, and certainly they offer services and grants, rebates to various members and communities throughout the NWT. This money goes to community governments, it goes to residents, it goes to businesses all across the Northwest Territories, and it will depend and will change every year based on where the applicants come from. So, with the exception of some core funding we provide the Arctic Energy Alliance, everything else is pretty much application based. So I think the number will change every year, and we just don't have that information with us right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Sure, yeah, it'd be nice to see some of those numbers because, again, it goes on to my next question because, on page 246, there's 28 positions headquarters, and I'm assuming that's all here in Yellowknife. If the Minister's correct in saying that there's offices around, I imagine they don't have all the information on the Arctic Energy Alliance, but I'd like to see what kind of, because it is money from the public purses, it'd be nice to know how many jobs outside of Yellowknife that the AEA has, or Arctic Energy has outside of Yellowknife. Yeah, so again, I guess they don't have the information, but we'll get it at a later date. And I guess by going back into my more global kind of thinking, I always think of new ideas. I brought this up with my members in another forum, but I talked about server farms. It's and you look at the R&D here, and I did some homework outside a couple days ago about this, and there are server farms all over the world, and like a lot of tech giants, they like to choose the colder climates. Like Iceland they're working on a big project right now, and they're gonna wire fiber optics out of their country and it'll serve other areas of the world. Finland, the Scandinavian countries, because of the climate, their favorable conditions, and one of the things interesting about server farms is because it generates so much heat, I guess it's an alternative form of energy that they heat buildings as well. So, is that something that this department would be interested in doing and possibly, researching and, probably just putting the antenna out there, I guess, or try to get some interest in doing that? Is that something that the Minister would be interested in your department? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm hearing a lot of great ideas today. Unfortunately, they can't really be put in the budget right now, but it is something we can look at to be able to, if and where there's opportunity to cost savings, and come and look at innovative ideas on how we can save money. I mean, you look at some of the costs that we put into the energy strategic initiatives and some of the projects going out, and try and balance some of the cost savings. It is different, but I hear the members' concern about trying to get out there and look at some exciting programs and initiatives that are happening all over the world, and I hear also the need for a little bit more focus on more perhaps research and development in terms of looking at saving money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Yeah, I understand, just in terms of what we're working on here, but it's always good to just start those conversations and just kind of get that out there and finding ways. Like I said, I'm always going to look for ways to try to streamline the way we do business and try to find ways for revenue and that sort of thing. So I'll leave that as a comment, and I'm kind of excited about this. I'm going to do more research to this, and I'll probably share that information with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just probably a couple of areas. First is member for Trinidad Willowday talked about the cost breakdown. I'd like to see that as well. Provide a list for the last 5 years, the community contribution. It does vary on an annual basis based on application, but last 5 years we should have a good idea who got what. The 12 million previous years, last 5 years. There can be a breakdown of funding contribution. That will give us a good idea where the money is expended, either Yellowknife or outside Yellowknife, so and regions as well. So if we can get that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the areas I've been focusing on is the biomass, the 200K. To assist the increase of modern wood burning technologies to heat homes and buildings in the communities. As you know, we serve a lot of communities that are isolated, high cost of living in the communities, no road infrastructures. So those are real challenges that we're faced with today. I can only speak to the experience that I've had with my own alternative heat in my home. In 2003, we purchased a pellet boiler system. At that time, it cost us $10,000. That was 18 years ago. I'm sure it's way higher now, probably double, almost double. And it did cut my heat in half, the cost on an annual basis. So it is beneficial. But 200,000 can only stretch so much. When you serve 33 communities, 200,000 a pot, that's 6,000 per community. That's like the pocket change for the government of Northwest Territories, Madam Chair. We should have that increase over the years. If you talk to people that install pellet boilers, it's all good news. Wood burning, all great news. But we're still at that low level. So has that been contemplated by this department over the years to increase that funding? If not, why not? Madam Chair, that would be my first question.
Thank you. Member, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we did provide through the Arctic Energy Alliance program, a lot of funding, which we've completed with just in the last fiscal year, like $5.9 million, resulting in, some of the energy rebates, some 120 home energy efficient kits, 150 energy audits, Deep Home Energy, 54 wood stoves that were installed at an additional 66 delivered to the communities. So I mean, you know, this is not just 200,000 in addition to providing to homeowners who wish to do some of this work themselves, but we are providing some community work as well to some of the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Malfoy.
Madam Chair, obviously that is good news. A lot of my communities have benefited from wood stoves. But I serve 4 communities, almost 4,000 people. And when members talking about 54, that's 54 throughout the Northwest Territories possibly. And even my communities, obviously there's an outcry for wood stoves. A lot of our people are not employed in the community, and they're struggling. And power went out to 20 hours in Wati. Some communities were fortunate they had wood stove, but a lot of them didn't have wood stove. So those are real challenges. It's real stories. And yes, Arctic Energy Alliance, their money is set aside there, but I'm strictly referring to the biomass energy 200,000 that's to assist increase use of modern wood burning technologies. So I'm referring to a pillar boiler system. And not everybody has or in a position to purchase $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 worth of equipment to cut down their costs of on an annual basis. Even the pellet bags, they're 40 pound a bag. Just imagine transporting that to isolated communities that do not have road access. So there's a substantial cost, and just wondering if there's been an appetite to assist those communities at the initial stage. Usually, government turns to individual community members saying, "You buy this, and we'll give you a rebate." But not everybody has money up front. So I'm just wondering, because it says to assist increase use of modern wood burning, how are they assisting, Madam Chair? Masi.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at this program here, the Low Carbon Leadership Economy Fund, and you know, some of the things, the allocation to the GWT is $31.2 million for initiative to reduce greenhouse gas. So the total project expenditures, including GWT as well as third-party contribution, will total about $74.2 million if all the programs are fully subscribed. So this funding is allowed for 6 approved initiatives. I'm not going to go into all of them because, I mean, or I can, but I won't. But one of them is the energy retrofits of public housing. So I mean, this is just one part of this this fund that can assist residents that live either in housing or public housing. I'm going to get ADM Jenkins to speak a little bit more about, you know, what are some opportunities, more specifically about what the members speaking about in terms of helping individual homeowners to be able to provide some wood stoves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to speak to a few of the AEA programs that are provided, specifically looking at, there is one that's a new program that's called the Low Income Home Winterization Program, basically designed to help energy upgrades more accessible for low-income owner-occupied homes. That is a new program there through AEA. In terms of providing energy-saving products, not particularly in terms of what you referred to in terms of biomass boilers, but ways to basically make homes more energy efficient and potentially save costs. There's, of course, the Community Wood Stove Program. That's a program that's already existing, and basically AEA works with basically provides programming in communities, after installations are done to help in that. So there's programs there. As the minister mentioned, there's also the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund, and there's grant programs, GHG grant programs that for governments in the NMT, including community and Indigenous governments, that could be used to fund projects that result in GHG emission reductions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Malfui.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Arctic Energy Alliance and other programs, there's always a threshold. Not everybody qualifies. And some people are making just beyond the threshold and they don't qualify for wood stove. So those are individuals I'm voicing for. And so I'm certainly hoping that the minister will seriously consider these areas. Madam Chair, next one I have obviously is a community access program, the 1.48 million. I know it goes directly to the communities. As you know, COVID-19 hit us over a year now, and there's been a lot of cabins built on my area, Highway 3. So I'm assuming those are community access roads that we're referring to. So how many communities or cabins have we covered, I guess, over a COVID year period? And 1.48, is that enough? I don't think it is, because I'm seeing a lot of cabins going up. So, Madam Chair, that would be my question to the minister and her shop.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Community Access Fund is on a yearly basis, like I said, 1.5 application base. In terms of the breakdown as to, what do we give for trails, what do we give for access roads, what do we give for there, I'm going to look to ADM Jenkins to see if he has a breakdown, as he's the guy in charge specifically of that CAP program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Community Access Program, 1.5 million for access roads, trails, docks, wharves. We have two application, the summer and a winter intake. To date in 2020-21, we've approved 26 construction projects totaling just over $1.58 million. We do have a breakdown of the projects that were funded, both in the summer construction projects as well as the winter construction projects, broken down by region. It would take a little bit of time to go through, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Minister, can we get a commitment that we could get a copy of that list for the members? Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just looked at the infrastructure website. The latest document that has the word biomass in it is from 2017. It's a fact sheet. But I think I heard the minister say that there's some kind of study or strategy that was developed. Can the minister just tell me very briefly what that is and commit to share it with the committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to see if ADM Jenkins has further information, very specific, like really quick answer in what that is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins, really quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be captured under the energy strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, look, is it a separate document and can it be shared with the committee, standing committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking to support staff here to see if we're able to share it, and I'm seeing nodding, and I'm going to ask ADM Jenkins to see if that's possible, because I really don't know where we're at in that document. I've got so many numbers and stuff in front of me here to be able to find it very quickly, and it's not going to be very quick, so I'd see if he can do this quicker than me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have to look that up on the website and take a look and see if there is a new document there. I'm not aware, so I'll have to go and do some look. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. Just burned up 2 minutes with what I thought was a simple question, so I think I'll move on. So I've been here for over 5 years now. I've never seen a detailed cost estimate for the Tolson expansion project or the Slave Geological Province Road. I heard the minister or somebody say that there's supposed to be an updated cost estimate for Tolson in the first quarter of the new year. Can the minister commit to share that cost estimate with Standing Committee? Yes or no? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's going to be a no because I don't know specifically what I committed to or what I said other than, yeah. I'm not going to sit here and commit to something that I don't know whether it's shareable or not. So the answer is no.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I'll be here 3 months from now asking for it. So is there an updated cost estimate being prepared for the Slave Geological Province Road or the road to Lockhart or whatever the heck it's called now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, can the minister tell me when that study is going to be finished and can she share it with Standing Committee? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just, I'm wasting some time here, but without finding the right information, I'm going to look to ADM Jenkins to see if he knows more information while I find that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've got $40 million in funding for Slave Geological Province Corridor. We're going through the environmental, regulatory, and other type of information gathering, which would support regulatory applications. Obviously, we'd have to look as we go through this process similar to Tolston and look at the business case for the project. We don't have a time right now. We're looking at hopefully having a regulatory application in for the Lockhart All-Season Road sometime in next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is more of a comment. We spent tens of millions of dollars on these two projects, and we still, I as a legislator have not seen an updated cost estimate. I don't know what else I can say. That's just not good management. So I'll leave it at that. I want to ask about the strategic infrastructure line on page 243, $667,000. Can someone tell me briefly what that is actually for? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the strategic infrastructure line, there's not a change in it from previous. It's due to unfunded positions and an increase of O&M spending. So I'm looking at it as no change, but I'm going to look to ADM Brennan to just confirm because I see a difference here. But I'll just get him because there is a decrease of $133,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Madam Chair, so the $667,000 is $560,000 for salary and about $100,000 for O&M, including travel and some contracts and materials and supplies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate that concise response. I had understood that the department was doing some studies, research, cost estimates for small hydro projects close to some of the Tlicho communities, including Wati, Gamati, Wekwati. Can someone tell me the status of that work? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get either ADM Jenkins to find that in his book really quickly and respond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one project I can speak to quickly is the project for Gamma T. We've done some hydrological modeling on that, or monitoring, sorry, since 2018, looking at doing a community scale hydropower project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Rather than eat the clock up here, can I get a commitment then from the Minister to share some more information about what that project is all about and whether there's any other mini hydro projects or work being done in the other Clecho communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, Madam Chair, that's a yes. Anyways, the ADM did speak about one of the projects. The other one we can share information is the Wati transmission line that's happening as well. So there are some projects that are taking place that the department will be able to provide an update as to where we're at with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that commitment from the Minister. The Wati transmission line, though, has nothing to do with mini hydro. It's about bringing snare power over to Wati, but at what I feel is an exorbitant cost. Same cost, we could actually build mini hydro in 3 of the Clecho communities and make them energy self-sufficient, but we'll have that discussion later. Just a couple more cleanup questions, if I can. My colleague from Decho asked about research and development. Can someone confirm whether there's actually any research and development capacity within the Department of Infrastructure for biomass? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, some of the things that we are alternative renewable energy research is, it's funding used for academic leading edge research and development to push technology. But without going any further, that's as much as I know on research and development. So I'll ask ADM Jenkins to be able to see if he can give further information on R&D. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, we do have, engineers and different, we got smart people in the division, and they do a lot of work. And, as an early adopter and now a leader in the use of biomass for heating across the territory, we've actually been contacted by territorial and provincial agencies in terms of our expert technical input into projects in other jurisdictions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Wow, I actually got through all my questions. And I want to thank the Minister and her staff for responding fairly quickly. Just wanted to note for the record that we have a wood pellet boiler system as well in our home. And when we put it in, it was $35,000. So the prices have gone up significantly, but it is a big cost benefit. We actually have hoppers on the outside of the house, and it's delivered pneumatically. So with pressure, they can blow the pellets into hoppers and don't have to load the individual bags in. So it's a big benefit that way, especially when you're an old guy. But we need more money to do wood pellets, but even more importantly, wood chips. You're not going to get wood pellets in the off-road communities, and we got to look at technology that allows for wood chips to be used. So that's my pitch, to try to get the Minister and our staff to do some more work on wood chips and biomass in general. That's all I've got. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
I'll take that as a comment, and I thank you for the members sharing that. That's really good to hear that people are doing this on their own. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Since I think there are no further questions under this, because we've gone through everybody, please turn to page 243. Infrastructure, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, Operations Expenditures, 2021-2022 main estimates, $19,030,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the new witness into the chamber. Minister, will you please introduce your witness, your new witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have still with us today is Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations, Gary Brennan, and we have Assistant Deputy Minister Gary Vandermeer for Programs and Services.
Welcome. Mr. Vandermeer, welcome. All right, so thank you, committee. And now we were going to move on to programs and services, beginning on page 247 with information item on page 249. Questions? Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have a few questions, I think, on the fuel service. I hope this is the right area. You know, I know in my writing in Lutzelke, like the fuel has to be shipped in there, and you know the prices of fuel shift from year to year. I'm just wondering right now, can the minister just explain the main item here? I guess is the actuals to the main estimates, that variance. Thank you, and explain that.
Thank you, member minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when we look at the fuel services, and I think that's where the member is looking at, so we had a increase of 32,000 for amortization adjustment, but there is a variance of 2.3, which the department absorbed expenditures in order for fuel services division to stay within its authorization stabilization limits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this is a sticky point even in the community in Lutzelke, because you know once the price is announced and that's the price for the year, but prices always are like fuel are always fluctuating, and I'm just wondering how the department determines how they keep a certain price for fuel in the communities, and how do they determine what rates they're going to be charging, and how they arrive at that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, member minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM John Vandenberg to speak to this. Or yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Vandenberg.
Good, I can hear myself. I thought I might have to push something. With respect to the determination of fuel prices, the fuel prices are based on a number of cost components. The cost components include the wholesale purchase price of the product itself, I'm doing this from memory, the commissions paid to the local community contractor for distribution of the fuel, the transportation cost of the fuel to the community, the taxes, of course, there's various fuel taxes that are part of that, an O&M levy as well, which covers the cost of the overall operation for the fuel services division of the Department of Infrastructure, which includes staffing costs and office costs, various costs. All of those come together to determine the total price of fuel that's charged to the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Attorney, yeah, I appreciate that response. So I guess if we get some numbers back, like for all the communities that have to have their fuel delivered, and it's going to be, I know it's going to be different from community to community based on what I was just told here. So if we get a breakdown by community, what the prices are on average in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, if that's possible.
Thank you, member minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, we have, I believe we have a list here that we could share. So within each of the communities in the North Slave, the Decho, Satu, and the Beaufort Delta, in each of the different categories, we're able to classify what the price per liter is for diesel heating, diesel motive, gasoline, and NAP HTHA, as well as jet fuel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you. I appreciate that. One other concern too, like was brought to me by my constituents, especially in Lutska, they look, they're always watching fuel prices. They see on the news, all of a sudden, a price will dip in fuel like it becomes cheap everywhere. That happens from time to time. But all of a sudden, like the prices of the fuel in a small community stay the same. Is there ever going to be an appetite to kind of keep with the times? If you see the price of fuel drop like across the board, will the department ever follow suit and try to keep things fair for our small communities? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, really good question. I wish I could say yes right now, but I don't know for sure. I'm going to ask ADM Vandenberg to see if he can help me out with that answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The price of fuel in the communities that we serve, the Petroleum Products Program under the Fuel Services Division, serves 16 communities in the Northwest Territories. And for each of those, as was pointed out, there's a different cost structure, different cost component. The components are the same essentially, but the prices to do that are different. A smaller fraction of that total price is actually the wholesale price of the cost of fuel. So when we see fuel fall in various parts of the country, what we have to understand is that our cost of our contractors local to distribute the fuel in the communities, the cost of transportation, cost of our levy, our various overhead costs, they don't really change very much. So even though the price of fuel, the wholesale price may change somewhat, the price change for the communities as what they pay, what the citizens pay, doesn't change that much. I don't know if that answers the question, but.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. If I could just get something in writing from the ministers about the breakdown of the wholesale costs and some of the factors in. So I know I'm going to get that question again in the future, just so I could explain to my constituents what factors into the cost of fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Member.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the line item for occupational health and safety on page 248. I note that it's $306,000 for the upcoming year, which is an increase of $150,000 or so. It is my understanding that that is a staffing position increase. Now, for me, it's really concerning to see that for a department with an overall budget of, what are we looking at here, $278 million, that there's only $306,000 being spent on health and safety. This is the department of the doers and the workers and the people that are out in the field and active. And I feel that the health and safety funding is woefully short. Perhaps the minister can speak to whether or not the department is looking to increase funding for occupational health and safety roles within the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the occupational health safety is crucial to some of the line of work that we do within Marine Transportation Services, or let alone the Department of Infrastructure. In terms of the increase, and I know it doesn't look like a lot, but we did increase by one extra position in the Northwest Territories. Perhaps one's not enough. I think that's where the member's going, and that is something we can look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a further comment to that. I do think it would be worthwhile as we look at integrating things and breaking down silos within the GNWT that the entire health and safety program of the Government of the Northwest Territories be looked at, and perhaps one unified one created, which would be great along with a public safety department, but I will follow up with the minister at a later date on that. Can the minister speak to, sorry, just lost my spot here. I really do need glasses, particularly at the end of this day. You know what? I'm going to leave it there, and if I could come back to my spot, I will just send an email. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, member. Any further questions from members under programs and services? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a timeline when we expect all departments to be on our digital integrated management system, our digital record system, aka DIMS? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to find actually, I'm using up his time, so I'm going to turn it over to ADM Vandenberg. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can tell you that at this time, and I may have mentioned this before, that the DIMS hasn't been implemented at a few of the departments: Education, Culture and Employment, Health and Social Services, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, and at the Legislative Assembly. The implementation of DIMS is certainly high on our priority list. We're working with the departments to do that. You may know that the Occupational Records Classification System and the Administrative Records, the ARCs and the ORCs classification systems need to be accomplished by these departments before we can fully implement the DIMS in these departments. And again, we're working with them to see that that happens, and that is really the denominator of how long it will take to get it done. We do have a schedule. We want to move forward on this as quickly as possible.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we spend $2.5 million a year on corporate information management. Getting all of our departments on the same records is essential for the ATIP implementation. It's essential for any sort of digital government work we have to do. I hear what the department's saying is that there's a readiness aspect, and that the first step is departments getting their records in order so they could actually be brought into the GNWT's digital information system. So I guess, what is the department doing to make sure that ECE, Health and Social Services, EIA, and I guess I'll talk to the Legislative Assembly about making sure they are ready and getting DIMS online? So I guess I just want to ask my first question. Do we have a timeline? I know we're trying. I know we're spending millions of dollars doing this every year, but it's been many years in the making. So when can we actually expect the GNWT to be on one information management system? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member did talk about, when, in terms of, there are some steps that we need to do that meet some of our key requirements in order to get everybody online. That's going to take time. I'm going to look to ADM Vandenberg to see if he's, knows a little more information about some timelines and get everybody on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that, again, we can't pin down an exact timeline, but we are working. The Department of Infrastructure is working. We're providing project management support, training, help desk support, advisory services to support the approval and implementation of ORCs in these departments. I can't say exactly how long that will take, but we are redoubling our efforts to make sure that they can get that done. We're providing the training accordingly. So it's going to vary per department depending upon the volume of records that they have. That's all I can do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I recognize that this probably doesn't actually, the fault probably doesn't lie with the corporate information management section, in that, departments, some of our records are in a mess, and it was a lot of work to bring all of the records into one place for the departments we got there. Can I just get a commitment from the minister to try and do their best to put together a timeline? I believe there was a timeline at one point when DIMS was first rolled out, and we've failed to meet it a couple times in a row now. So perhaps there's some hesitancy to actually put a date on this, but if possible, can the minister come back with a date or at least an assessment of what is the barrier to getting this work done? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, I think that's a great idea. That would put a lot of pressure into some of the departments who still are not combined with our infrastructure information management system. So absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
No further questions. I will celebrate the day we're all on one information management system and all of our ARCs and ORCs are sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else who wants to ask questions under programs and services? Member for Decho.
Listen, Madam Chair. I'm looking under the line item compliance and licensing. That's like a $3 million price tag. Can you explain what this line item entails? Merci.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam, there's a variance there of, it's actually a decrease, or no, sorry, there is a variance for increased operating O&M expenses for the monthly maintenance and support fees and increased travel in 2019 under compliance and licensing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Madam Chair. You mentioned maintenance in there. Can you tell me what you mean by maintenance in there? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM Brennan to explain maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan?
Yeah, so thank you. What the member was, or minister, sorry, was referring to was the maintenance of our actual drive system. So this division, compliance and licensing, maintains the drives, which is our driver and vehicle licensing system, and we have to provide I guess, maintenance fees to keep that up to date on an ongoing basis and move forward towards things like online services and whatnot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
Merci for that. The other one I'm looking at is inspection services. We got $1.6 million. What type of inspection services are these? Because I'm also, okay, I'll just ask that question right now. Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan to speak a little more about the programs for inspection services.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the types of inspections that division takes care of is inspections for electrical boilers, gas pressure vessels, and elevators. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
Yeah, merci, Madam Chair. Merci for that answer. You're mentioning that it's electrical, boiler gas, and electrical. That sounds very familiar because we do have those safety services within the GNWT, whether it's under infrastructure. Are these the people that you're actually using that's within government? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I heard that question. My earpiece was off, but I'm sure one of the staff, Assistant Deputy Minister Vandenberg, may have heard that question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The $1.6 million are the staff costs for GNWT staff and for the inspection department for the group. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
Okay, merci, Madam Chair, that we're using the GNWT, so we're paying back to the GNWT with that money. I also note down on the contract services, what does that entail, that amount there, $1.7 million?
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that was asked by earlier, but I'm going to see if ADM Brennan can repeat that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. ADM Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a list about what that entails, but I can give the member some some of the items that it would include. It'll include, so for, jeepers, where do I start? Air, Marine, and Safety, they have contracted work. They do work at airports. So some of the building work that happens at airports, upgrades and whatnot, that's contracted out. Compliance and licensing, they contract out the maintenance of their drive system. And basically, it's just various contracts throughout all the different divisions that add up to that 1.7 million. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux?
Merci, Madam Chair. So most of your contracts for all those services, are they contractors based in the NWT, Northern Contractors? Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the line item there for contract services in expenditure category, and I'm just going to there's I had it right here with me. Okay, so there you'll see a variance there of $6.2 million in some of the contracting services, and I just want to say that $4.4 million is absorbed within MTS deficit in order to stay within its authorized stabilization limits, and then the other two is Department absorbed fuel service division deficit in order to stay within its authorization stabilized limits. That's what the variance in the contract is, and I think, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux?
Yeah, merci, Madam Chair. I got confused there because I see a line item of 1.7 million and she's talking about $4 million here and there, so I'm just wondering the contract services on page 248, Madam Chair. Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, red means decrease. So there is a decrease in previous years to now. I'll get ADM Brennan to speak a little bit more about the line item.
Thank you, Minister. Just, we only got black and white, so. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got the color. I got the good stuff. In terms of the $1.7 million contract services, we don't have the breakdown by Northern and Southern, but the majority of this work is for the airports, Air, Marine, and Safety, and most of that work happens in small communities where our 26 airports are located outside of Yellowknife. And unfortunately, we don't have the breakdown right now, but it is a lot of most of that money is spent in the north, but unfortunately, we just don't have that right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Deschaux?
Merci, Madam Chair. Contract services, that's not for any specialized services or anything. Is it, what type of contract work does this entail? I think you may have answered that before, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, we did answer that already, but if the member likes, we can get ADM Vandenberg to answer it again.
Thank you. Mr. Vandenberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the most part, these are contracted services, and I believe ADM Brennan mentioned it. The airports, the majority of this money is spent with northern contractors or northern businesses.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux.
Madam, yeah, I just wasn't sure what type of work that was entailed and that the small contractors can access. Anyways, I heard talk when I was working with infrastructure back in 2018-19 about MTS getting their own maintenance personnel. I wonder, my question is did that happen? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll get ADM Vandenberg to talk a little bit more detail about MTS. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vandenberg?
Madam Chair, yeah, in the interest of time, I will be brief on this one. With MTS, with the program, we are committed to hire through PSAC, the union. We're working with three bargaining units there, and MTS does, through the staffing contractor, bring on their own maintenance people, whether that be maintenance people for the shipyard, for the facilities, the mobile equipment, the vessels. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Are there any further questions from members under Programs and Services? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister just maybe clarify air, marine, and safety and the 4.309 million? What does that number encompass? What's the money used for? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so the Air, Marine and Safety is responsible for some of the planning, monitoring, managing airport ferry infrastructure, which includes 5 ferry vessels, 4 ferry crossings, runways, and lighting at 26 airports. It also provides strategic direction to be able to optimize commercial development at airports, and is responsible for developing system-wide asset management, maintenance and operations standards, and administering the safety management system so we can comply with some of the federal legislation. Yeah, that's what that is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd just like to talk a bit about marine and the ferries. What we have here is, I think, an aging fleet. They're probably upwards of 40, 50 years old. And, you know, at some point, we're probably just, you know, just patching them and giving them a little bit more life. So I would like to, I guess, ask if there's been any planning with respect to building new vessels or doing any really major retrofits to the ones that we have in the fleet right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member is right. I mean, he sees these aging infrastructure every day when he probably drives by the marine transportation service in Hay River. You know, we continuously look for federal funding to be able to get better improved tugs and better improved to comply with some of the Transportation Canada rules around, you know, what is required for some of our aging infrastructure. And to speak more specifically about this is ADM Vandenberg to talk a little bit more about where we're at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, that is correct. I mean, the vessels are aging. It's fair to say that they're used in fresh water, and so the hulls do have some life. We certainly have to comply with Transport Canada inspections every year, and the vessels have to be seaworthy in order to be able to operate. We have drawn upon federal funding, and we look to federal funding. We've re-engined a couple of vessels, spending some significant money on those ferries. However, and indeed, we need to look to the future to consider future capitalization of replacements when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one of the concerns I have is that, you know, with the amount of ice that came down the, say, for instance, the Liard last fall, the integrity of the hulls of those ferries could very well be compromised, and you know, it resulted in you know, the ferry there being stuck out in the ice, and it had to be rescued. So, you know, and I guess that's why I'm just wondering why, you know, or if we are going to look at upgrading them. Maybe upgrading the hulls, you know, to account for, you know, possible, you know, to running them longer during the fall and when there's ice out there, because, you know, really in reality that's it's a safety issue, and if there would have been, vehicles on that ferry when it did get away there and get stuck, there could be some real liability there for the government. So is there anything that we're doing, I guess, to ensure that the safety of the passengers on those ferries are looked after? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, absolutely. This is something that, we need to look at. And I mentioned earlier about the stricter requirements from Transport Canada about having single-hull barges, tugs versus double-hulled, and the amount it would cost to be able to look at that. And, even just looking at some of our ferries across the Northwest Territories and, the need to perhaps have a look at, every year we do a little bit of work, and I hear the members' concern about, what happened in one of the communities by Fort Simpson, and how we need to ensure that we have safety as the utmost respect for these tugs and our staff as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just previously, we were talking about energy initiatives, so I wonder if there's any planning with respect to converting some of these ferries to electric, and with the diesel backup, because the amount of diesel I guess they go through, even though they're only running for part of the year, it may be something that is worth trying. So I would like to ask the Minister if that's being considered, and if not, why? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, there's a lot of work to be able to put some of these projects into play. But I'm going to look to ADM Vandenberg to see if that's something the department thought of in terms of how we to be able to efficiently do things better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg.
Madam Chair, at this time, we haven't gone into it in great depth. We'd be prepared to look at that in future. However, certainly there could be possibility for federal funding for the right program for that type of application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Assistant Deputy Minister for that answer, because I think there's a real opportunity to try something, and to maybe say have some cost savings on diesel fuel, and also meet some of the energy initiatives that we're trying to achieve for replacement of diesel. So that's more of a comment, I guess, and no further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River. I'll take it as a comment. Any further questions from members under Programs and Services? Seeing no further questions under Programs and Services, please turn to page 248. Infrastructure, Programs and Services, Operations Expenditures, Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $15,727,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 233. Is it 233 or 231? 231. Is it? 231. Yeah. 231. Okay. Infrastructure operations expenditures, total department 2021-2022 main estimates $278,894,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Infrastructure at this time. Monsieur Joe.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Infrastructure 2021-2022 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses out of the chamber. Mr. Norn, what is the wish of committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please, member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 289-19-2 main estimates 2021-2022 and would like to report progress with one motion carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife South. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, motion 29-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, bills 13, 12, 13, and 14, committee reports 8, 9, and 10, minister statement 77, table documents 165, 166, 167, 286, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.